I wish good things to you who's watching this. I am Alexey, and we're in the last and final round of the group stage of the World Team Carcassonne Online Championships. You might see there's some final preparations going on screen. Just moving that hockey player image next to this scoreboard over here. We're going to have a scoreboard for the match which is going on right now. That's Lithuania versus Poland. We're going to start that in a bit. And we have a separate scoreboard which shows all the matches that are happening throughout the day. So we're starting with Lithuania versus Poland, then it's going to be Belgium versus Germany, then Chile versus Hungary, and at the same time, something that's important for me is happening. Latvia is playing Slovakia, not in Carcassonne, but in ice hockey, because that's something I deeply care about, and I will be monitoring what's happening there and giving, I don't know, my 2% of viewers who care about that kind of stuff live updates about that game as well. But anyway, in the Lithuania versus Poland match, let's just open the standings in a second so that we understand all the significance of that match. Okay, so classification. If we have a look at Group F, Lithuania is in rough shape. They have already been eliminated in the tournament. However, if they manage to secure this one win against Poland, they will definitely boost their tournament standings. Just by a little bit. But this match is super important for Poland because if Poland wins, they're going to have 4 victories and they're going to qualify from the first place of this group, and they're going to be outcompete Germany. But if they don't win, well, some interesting things could happen, because like Mexico versus Argentina is playing today, and it could be so that, for example, if Mexico wins over Argentina big time, and if Poland loses, then Mexico's gonna overtake Poland. Actually, this could happen even if Mexico loses, but like if Poland loses heavily now, then they will be down 3rd or even 4th, and they're going to be eliminated. So Poland needs a victory today for sure. Hi, Vika. Let's see. Do let me know if you're rooting for Lithuania or Poland. I see we already have several viewers here, but we will be starting. And of course, I want to start by viewing the strongest Lithuanian player. So they have to win on this board. That's Andrejus Svabas Liudiselis of Lithuania playing against Tomasz Pros, the 2017 world champion, the Polish world champion. And of course here we can see the Slovakia versus Latvia, but this is starting only like 15 minutes from now. We will just be peeking here occasionally. So what are we having here? Well, things are looking really good for the Polish master who's playing the green meeples, and they have just completed a 6-point city and even dropped a farmer for 6 points. There are 2 completed cities. A 3rd completed Polish city is about to be finished. Then he's going to get another 4 points on the scoreboard, and he's going to have a 9-point farm with, well, 1 invasion point over here. So it looks like it's a good position for the Lithuanian. However, no, for the Polish player, but the Lithuanian also has something going for them. 6 point on the scoreboard, plus 6 point for this monastery, this 3-point road open over here, and a very good tile just drawn on the previous move by Liudiselis that enabled him to connect, or almost connect, to this juicier looking city of the Polish player. A lovely move here from the Lithuanian, dropping a farmer, already being early and proactive with his field fights, trying to connect over here to the farm, now starting a new city, of course, and indirectly continuing here their road. I really like this move. It uses the tiles efficiently, and also another purpose of this move was, of course, creating an attacking platform against this city. If Liudiselis gets a road tile, then suddenly this square can be very, very vulnerable, and the fate of this 1-point meeple can be jeopardized. Also noteworthy is the fact that the Lithuanian is exhibiting patience here. He starts a new city over here, and he's not in a rush to connect to this city because there's still many connection points to this city. So, for example, well, actually, the Polish player now made a great move. They're starting a new city, and they're trying to connect through here with a triangle. They actually might do this right now, like go over here. And, yeah, why not connect to that city? I don't think it's a bad move. Well, the Lithuanian, in the meantime, is continuing with the plans to block this meeple. Now, of course, there are still 3 tiles remaining, but Liudis will be able to continue a blocking attack on this meeple with tempo. Predictably, in the meantime, from UI Scudi, we see an attack on this city. It's actually really annoying. This city attack over here, quite difficult to deal with for Liudis. Well, I think maybe the way to deal with that is just wait until UI Scudi connects, and then another attacking platform will appear, and so Red will put a second meeple into the city, and all this ruin will be equalized. Another option is, of course, to just let there be a big ruin, which is going to give points for the Polish player, and then to accumulate points elsewhere. Hi, Napalmai. Hi, Ian Middleton. Thank you so much for the kind words. Yes, of course, I still with my travel setup, so I will spare you the sight of my face for the entirety of the evening. Ooh, painful, unpleasant move here. So from Liudis trying to start a blocking attack, but a very interesting situation with monasteries. I actually did not see that coming. So Liudis, of course, started a second monastery stacking on top of his other monastery, hoping to make use of these 2 squares, maybe get 2 curves, or even better, some more monasteries, trying to build up efficiently and score 2 points, 2 monastery points from these squares. But look at UI Scudi here, meepling a 2-point monastery at the top simply to control these squares. That's very, very interesting move. And now, of course, this blocking attack, unfortunately for the Lithuanian, did not work out. And look at that. What a sequence here from Tomasz. So first of all, he draws a tile, which makes it harder for Red to finish this monastery, and now he draws a tile which makes it impossible to finish this monastery, so nothing fits into that square, and Red will have 2 meeples blocked versus the 1 meeple blocked of green. And now the situation of the Lithuanian player looks very difficult. Sure, he now does finish the road to get a little bit closer on the scoreboard, but immediately Tomasz draws a city cap. But I think the biggest problem for the Lithuanian position, even though he now gets extra 4 points for the city and gets a meeple back, and is only 8 points behind, which is a manageable distance, is not even this monastery over here, which could be a problem. Ooh, wow, what a sequence for UI Scudi. First of all, an 8-point monastery, and now the perfect tile to finish the monastery and connect to the big city. I think that should be all she wrote for the Lithuania. Like, how do you come back from this? Because the main problem is not even the point deficit, it is the meeple shortage. Just because he has these 2 meeples blocked, yeah, he's going to get some compensation points, like he's going to play something over here, probably right now, and this monastery is going to score him 8 points, and this monastery is going to score him 8 points, which is more than this 5-point monastery of green. But Red has only 1 meeple. Okay, he's going to get maybe a second meeple back when he finishes this city. But, it's still going to be a problem, because he needs 1 meeple to equalize the city, because he has to equalize the city, and he needs 1 more meeple to maybe overrun the city, and 1 more meeple to overrun this field, because this field over here, it's 12 points. It certainly looks like it could be a source for victory for either of the players, and if Liudis wants to win this, he tries something else. It's actually pretty interesting. I like that move. But I think in the long term, he'll need to find a way to connect to this field and overrun it. Okay, so what are we having here? UI Scotty building up his city and then trying to harass Ludicelis' city, knowing the fact that Ludicelis has 0 meeples in hand, and the reason he has a meeple in hand is that he decided to gamble with a 6-point monastery over here, which is something I support. I mean, when you're 19 points down on the scoreboard, then you want to go for a curve combination and try to draw all 3 curves and then win these and then get 9 points for the monastery and get a meeple back. So you really can't be passing up on an opportunity like this. UI starts a city at the top, but because his opponent does not have any meeples, he doesn't even have to meeple the city cap. Well, I presume that, yeah, he's now going to finish a 4-point city, so that's 2 city caps drawn in a row, 42 versus 19 on the scoreboard, but now Ludicelis gets a 6-point city, gets a meeple back, minus 17 on the scoreboard, and a 4 points for the Polish player, so that's already plus 20 advantage on the scoreboard. Ludicelis builds up his monastery as promised, 2 more tiles remaining until he can get a meeple back. Scooty, is he going to take a 3-point road, or is he going to meeple a monastery? He goes for the big guns. Decides that he's likely to have 2 more tiles. He's probably going to draw 2 more tiles to get this monastery meeple back, and this will give him 9 points later. I like how the Polish player, despite his lead, is not playing conservatively. He's still making the top equity moves. Simply the moves that give him a lot of points. And the reason for that is that we're not at a stage of the game where the Polish player's lead would be completely ironclad. Like, I can absolutely see the Lithuanian player finishing his monastery and then overrunning this field, maybe from the side or maybe through a sneaky ninja farmer like this. Or like a ninja farmer over here through a curve. There are more attacking spots for the field that immediately meets the eye. And yeah, that's why he simply decides to go for an approach which would extend his scoreboard lead if successful. So 7 monastery points and a chance to get a meeple back. Ludicelis with a crossroad tiles, not much to do except taking 2 points, but maybe the Lithuanian is considering going over here and just hoping to finish his monastery soon enough with a curve. He thought better of it, as he figured that it is better to simply get as many points as possible. Okay, so 1 extra point goes for Scooty, and 1 tile remaining until he gets a meeple back. Ludicelis gets 1 extra monastery point, really hoping for a tile like this that Scooty just drew so that he could maybe finish his monastery, meeple a city, and then finish this city, drop a farmer, get 8 points on the scoreboard, and all this good stuff. Also, I'm looking at this field at the bottom. If somebody gets a curve or maybe a vanilla city cap, they can go over here and drop a farmer for 9 points because there are still 3 cities over here. And that's the problem of having a meeple disadvantage on a wet board like this. There are just so many point scoring opportunities that you need the meeple to score all of that stuff. Hi P-chan. Napalm saying Bra Lucas go go go, referring to the neighborly affection of Latvia to Lithuania. So presumably rooting for Lithuania. Do let me know if anybody's rooting for Poland to keep things balanced. So what else are we having? The hockey match hasn't started yet. It's going to start in 5 minutes. As Ludicelis makes it slightly harder for Green to finish his monastery, but Green really is not about that monastery. He just wants to finish that monastery and then get a meeple so that he can claim this 9-point field, and this is exactly what's happening. Also, he might drop a farmer now. That's smart, because he knows that eventually a tile that fits over here will be drawn. So Ludicelis maybe is going to go over here and drop a farmer straight away. Also, both players are playing pretty fast, so we can see how the Polish player managed to eat up this Lithuanian red meeple. And this ruin is worth about 16 points or so, if I'm not mistaken, and there are not many attacking points for the Lithuanian to get to that ruin, so this is indeed looking exceptionally grim. Whilst Andreas is thinking where exactly to place this straight line tile, I just want to talk about why I have the hockey match on the screen. So the World Ice Hockey Championship is currently underway, and the timeline there is also similar. It's the end of the group stage, and basically the match between Latvia and Slovakia will decide which one of the two teams will qualify for the quarterfinals. So a very similar position to what's going on in the Carcassonne world in front of our eyes at the moment. Ludiselis decides not to meeple a field. Why exactly? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Well, there's only one curve remaining. One curve which could go over here, but I really wonder why. I don't get this. I think a farmer really belonged there. It's not like the Lithuanian can really afford to horse around and waste moves like this. Well, I understand the idea. Maybe he wants to save up meeples for something bigger, which again brings us to the issue of meeple shortage. That's why, I mean, this blocking sequence by Scooty was so spectacular early on, leaving red without these monasteries, without these monastery meeples. And even though they're going to bring red 16 points at the end of the game, which is not nothing, it's still not going to be enough to win. Scooty also just putting on the pressure. Look at this move, placing his last meeple with the hope of getting some sort of city cap and finishing his city. And because he knew that this was still possible, he decided Ludiselis was forced to add 2 points to Scooty's city just to prevent him from drawing a tile like this and finishing an 8-point city. So you see, it all is about the threats. Threats are important in Carcassonne. What else can I say? Well, a 5-point road will probably be the move from Ludiselis. Can't really think of much else to do except maybe going over here, dropping a farmer, hoping for the last curve, connecting to the 12-point field, and this is exactly what he does. But actually, I don't think it's really wise, because look at this. So that's a 0-point move. Then let's presume that he like draws the requisite tile right now. Even if he were to draw the curve, but he doesn't, that's so painful. And he did draw the curve. Oh, the pain, the pain, the pain. So unpleasant to be the Lithuanian person right now. Yeah. But even if he were to draw the curve, he would get a 12-point field, but he would give 1 point to green, so that would have been an 11-point sequence, whereas it's easy to have an 11-point sequence just by taking this 5-point road and then a 6-point city. So 5 plus 6 is 11, and 12 minus 1 is 11. So that really would have been the same sequence in terms of how much it scores, except that it would be risk-free. Not that this mattered at all, as the Polish player cruises to a confident victory with nearly a 30-point difference, as should I say, so plus 27, confident win for the Polish master. And if Lithuania really wants to win this match and get their first win and really make it harder for Poland to qualify for the playoffs, I think something really needs to happen at this table. So certainly there are some chances for Lithuania on other tables. I mean, Machinele versus KSP is going to be quite a tough duel. KSP, by the way, an exceptionally strong Azul player also. Kraukle versus Prici, I think, is the most equal duel. So as the players are taking a break, I'm going to update the scoreboard, and we are going to be headed to table number 3 for a while to see what's going on there. So Preachy. And look at this, the Lithuanian player has won the first game and they have just started their second game. Well, they're in the middle of the second game. These guys are playing fast. So we might, this could be a short match, at least that's what I'm hoping for, because the central event of the day, Belgium versus Germany, is less than an hour away. Whoops. I updated the score wrong. All right, we're doing just fine. So, Vika is saying you're rooting for Poland. So nice that we have some balance. So far, I think you should be relatively happy because the Polish player is likely to make a comeback with his stack of 3 monasteries and a 4th monastery spot on the way. However, the Lithuanian player also has some threats. Look at this city, which is about to get completed. But, what is this move? Why on earth did the Polish player not go over here with the monastery and get 7 points? You know why? Because for some reason he knew that on the very next move he was going to get another monastery. So he can afford to be wasteful with the first monastery. Like, did you see that coming? Back-to-back monastery draws for the player with the green meeples, and he gets to meeple a new monastery risk-free. Now, the reason why I was actually not a fan of this move is, first of all, you normally can't get tiles on demand like this, and secondly, even though it's a noble purpose, I mean, Preach is trying to prevent Kraukle from finishing this city, it's actually not such a useful block because it's only a 50-50 block, meaning that there was, after this monastery move, there was still 1 tile remaining that fit into this critical square. 1 tile. And after the Lithuanian player placed this tile over here, he actually made sure that there's still 1 tile remaining that fits into this square, so it's a 50-50 chance. I believe if Kraukle gets this city tile, he's gonna get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 18 points for the city, a meeple back, 1 extra monastery point. So this should put the Lithuanian in a good position. Well, Preachy simply pre-builds a 4-point road. He can do this risk-free, knowing that his opponent does not have meeples. So there is no danger of Kraukle drawing a curve and going over here. Preach is the only player who can do that, and this is exactly what's happening right now. 3 points instead of 4, rather, for the Polish player. And now a meeple back and 6 points go to the scoreboard of Kraukle, but an annoying move that we experience over here just as the Lithuanian was about to finish his second city. Oh, mistake. Mistake for show. I think meepling this city cap was pretty important. I mean, well, it's not such a huge mistake. Actually, you know what? I would have left this city alone. I would just like taken 4 points or something, because it's not that important to get this meeple back. Yeah, sure, he got 8 points for the city. That's nice, but he also gave 1 monastery point for Preachy in the process, and of course, Preachy will be able to eventually get this tile that goes over here and get 4 points for the city and the monastery meeple back. But finally, the Lithuanian player draws the magic tile, the last dagger city tile that gives him 18 points for the city and 1 monastery point and a newly 4-point road. So that is fascinating. But Preachy finishes his monastery, and just as I said, he's able to take advantage of this city tile, but he does so in a creative way. He meeples a farmer, which is why Kraukle immediately picks up a 6-point city next to this new farm by Preachy, of course, trying to go over here and overrun this farm. But of course, we know that Kraukle is going to go over here and block this poor guy, and there are indeed no tiles that fit into this square. And look at this, he even decides to drop a farmer of his own, hoping for the last remaining straight line. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 3 remaining straight lines, and Preachy being, I think, a bit reckless here. I think he should have blocked this field connection, but instead he decided to simply spend a tile on getting a meeple back. And now what is Preachy gonna do? I think he has to go over here and drop a farm right here, equalizing this farm, because there's still two, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, yes, 2 straight lines remaining that Red can use to connect all these farms and get a 2 versus 1 majority. That would be 2 Lithuanian meeples versus 1 Polish peasant. Hi Carcassonne Brazil, hi Elias. So we see we have more Lithuanian fans. In the meantime, the most important event has started. How are we doing in our hockey match? So period 1, Latvia versus Slovakia. Oh, okay, so it's 0-0, but we are getting heavily outthrown. 7-1. Well, that's hopefully is not the tone for the remainder of that match. Hi, Bexy. I just want to find out from my viewers, like, does anybody else watch or care about ice hockey at all? Am I the only one? Even if I'm the only one, I don't care. I'm gonna still keep going and see these updates, if only it's for myself. But I still want to know. I know that hockey is like popular in Finland, Sweden, Denmark, Norway, countries like this. Also US and Canada quite a lot. Not so much Southern Europe or South America. Well, in the meantime, actually, not much has happened in the game. Well, Preachy managed to complete his monasteries, and then, as we predicted, drop a farmer. Both players have an incompleted monastery. So it's actually a quite close position. This road for the Lithuanian is worth 6 points, so that's rather lovely. But I forgot about that part. Preachy all the time had a 1-point city, which I didn't notice, and now he managed to finish it and even get a 3-point road. And now the Lithuanian is ahead on the scoreboard, and poor Kraukle, what he's gonna do? I think... really? But what about that 9-point field? You have to meeple that 9-point field at some point, because if you don't go over here, then Preachy can go over here, and Preachy can take this 9-point field. I think at some point we have to muster the courage, summon the courage, and get our last meeple. But like this 9-point field on the right is so important. And just as in the previous game, meeple count is what matters greatly in Carcassonne, because if there are lots of juicy features on the board, you need meeples to claim them. But I see that actually the Lithuanian player could win if he gets the last remaining T-shaped crossroad tiles, because if he goes over here, he's going to get 2 points. Actually, no. If he goes go over here, I think we're not going to even bother with the road. We're going to drop a 6-point farmer straight away, and we're going to get a meeple back from the monastery. Preachy gets 2 points with the other crossroads. There's still 1 tile remaining that goes over here. Okay, Kraukle now needs to just get to 1-point city. Ooh, that's smart. You know what he was doing? He was trying to go over here and get a triangle tile and get this tile that Preachy just drew, with the idea of kind of eating up all these 5 city points that are happening over here. So quite a creative move here from the Lithuanian. I do think, however, that he's not taking enough time. He still has almost the full points that he has on the scoreboard. And Kraukle does get the crossroad tile, and surely now it's time to drop the 6-point farmer. Is that it? Will that be enough to win? I don't think so, because if Preachy gets a straight line, he's going to get a 9-point field. And he did not get a 9-point field. He gets a curve, which is good for him because he can take a 6-point field over here. Oh, it's going to be pretty close. As Preachy has meepled the 7-point ruin, the 4-point ruin of Kraukle has not quite connected yet. I'm not sure what the final remaining tiles there are, but I think one of them is a straight line. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I was correct. And Preachy found a 9-point field over here, which I didn't see. That was lovely. Okay, 9-point field or a road? Yes, 9-point field. And Preachy gets the straight line tile, which is also very good for him. He can go over here, claim this road, which is worth 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 points. That's ain't nothing. That's a lot of points. And he will also connect this 3-point farmer to this 6-point farmer. And Preachy also has an 8-point monastery. And he also has this 3-point farmer. I think it has to be Preachy's game unless Kroikla manages to find a good way to use this tile. But I don't see it. A 3-point road over here or somewhere? Is really 3 points the best that we can do? It appears so. 3 points for the Lithuanian. Didn't quite just have enough time to take advantage of his last meeple. As the Polish players seem to just claim all the lucrative features with his remaining meeples. It's going to be very close. I do believe that the Polish player has to have it. Okay, as I expected, most of my viewers don't follow hockey. Yes, Elias, Lithuania in Lithuanian, it is Lietuva. Thank you, Napalm, for at least somebody of my viewers cares about hockey enough. Oh, whoa, 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 we've got a tie over here. But who benefits? It is Preachy who benefits. Because Kraukle was the one who placed the last tile over here. Oh, heartbreak, heartbreak. For the Lithuanian fans, so close to actually converting this. But it isn't meant to be, because I'm pretty sure... Yes, it was the Lithuanian player who started the game. Therefore, the tie is a loss for the starting player, and it is a win for Preachy. So congratulations for the Polish player for the narrow win, for winning the coin flip for the straight line, allowing them to take that long road. Certainly something quite helpful. Well, anyway, but I think we're gonna have to watch the decider then. If I'm not mistaken. Actually, you know what? I'm just gonna take we're gonna of course just quickly take a look at the score in the other game. So how's Kęstutis doing? Well, isn't that interesting? So they played a tile in the first game, and who was the first player? It was in fact Kęstutis. So look at this. Kęstutis lost against Terran PL, which certainly must have been an interesting game. It was a tie again, and again the Lithuanian player comes just short and loses by tie. Well, let's actually open up and see if there's anything interesting in that second game too. I'm pretty sure there is, with 62 tiles remaining. We will be monitoring multiple games. Now what about Machinele? Well, the Polish player, KSP, won convincingly, and they are nearing the end of their second game. So let's actually watch that first. And I'm going to try and update all the scoreboard whilst I can. So to round one so far, Poland is doing pretty well. Oh, what about this pair? What about Krubert? A newer Lithuanian player, which I know very little about. But they already lost 2-0 to Piotrek Pejkał. So we need to congratulate Poland on the first match point as a 2-0 clean win against Krubert. Gives Poland the upper hand of this match. So let's see. Which one? Yeah, let's just watch the ending of Maschinele. Also this. 13-3. Wow, it's rough. It's rough. Getting penalties for nothing. By the way, the reason why it hurts me so much that most of my viewers don't watch ice hockey is because there is such a thing as power play in ice hockey. It's one of the sides get penalized and then they temporarily lose a player and they're forced to play with a minority of players, like 4 players against 5, as a penalty for breaking the rules. And the way that works is so similar to having a meeple advantage in Carcassonne. Actually, watching ice hockey has helped me understand how to manage meeple advantages and meeple disadvantages in Carcassonne as well. So you should all watch ice hockey. It's just... Anyway, what's happening in this position? Well, yes, I know, Elias, that I can use the term power play, but you have to really feel to understand how exactly to use that power play. So, Maschinele, the Lithuanian player, has 1 extra meeple, but just not enough 4 points on the scoreboard. And it looks like one of those closed positions, as there's lots of blocked meeples. 4 points for the blocked Lithuanian road versus a 6-point blocked Polish city. 1 point Polish city, which I'm not sure if it's going to be completed or not. A 6-point Lithuanian field with really not that much to show for it, and lots of Polish monasteries. We know how many monasteries Poland has as a 9-point Polish field, and it really looks good for Poland as KSP draws a straight line and meeples a 3-point field, but there's an idea behind that field, and the idea is insurance. He's, I'm pretty sure, ahead, despite the fact that Maschinele has some blocked cities amounting to some 12 points or so. And the reason why KSP just dropped a 3-point farmer is because there's still 1 road monastery in play, which goes into this square. And he wants to play this farmer over here on the off chance that Maschinele draws the road monastery. If Maschinele draws the road monastery, he's going to go over here, take 9 points for that monastery, and expand his 6-point field to a 9-point field. And the idea of KSP is to gain compensation in case that happens, but there was no need for that to happen because KSP just drew the monastery himself, unified all these fields, and got himself a meeple back. But look at this, Maschinele in the meantime built an 8-point city just out of 2 tiles. That was so bold of him, actually, to do that. And he also managed to claim a 6-point field, so this ain't over yet. I mean, the Lithuanian still has more, the Polish player still has more points on the board and on the scoreboard. And he decides to simply finish a 3-point city. I don't get why he would do that. Okay, I don't get this. No, I do get this because he's still going to have 2 moves. That's rather wise. Okay, what's Maschinele going to do? I think we should try and attack this field, but is that even possible? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Where's the 8th road? I don't see an 8th road. I think actually there's a chance for Maschinele. Okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to go over here, place a farmer, and hope that we get the last remaining straight line to connect to this field and win this 15-point field. But why did not we do that? Did I miscount the tiles? I don't think I did. Maybe, I did. You know why? Because I just didn't zoom out. There's 1 more straight line over here at the bottom, which I didn't see. But if only there were a straight line remaining going over here, would have been a good move. But was there another way to attack the field? I'm not sure about that. This field is worth so many points, but it's almost impenetrable, and it could be actually impenetrable. Yeah, I don't think the Lithuanian player quite had a winning sequence, so it seems to me that as KSP takes 4 extra points for a city, he's going to be 13 points ahead on the scoreboard, and he's going to be even more points ahead on the board because of his 2 incompleted monasteries. The presumably anyway, what I was going to say. Yes, Elias, it does look very good for Poland indeed. The country with lots of monasteries. Makes it so that it is also the case in the world of Carcassonne too. Yeah, and it seems to me that even the field would have not been enough for Machinele, as 17 points is the difference with which KSP wins a crucial duel for the Poles. And we need to update the scoreboard. So Poland is now 1 game away from winning the match, in fact. So, wait, I updated the wrong board, but it's still the case. If Tehran wins, then it's 3-0, Poland versus Lithuania. If Prichu wins, it's also 3-0. If Skuti wins, it's also 3-0. So, let's have a look at some other games. Let's see if Kęstutis can have some resistance against Tehran. The tyrannical power of Tehran. I'm not sure of the origin of the screen name. Well, I'm pretty sure that PL stands for Poland, but Tehran... is that like a StarCraft reference or something? I'm really not good at knowing things when it comes to the world outside Carcassonne and ice hockey. Well, anyway, the good thing that... Yeah, but I'm not sure about the origin of that screen name. We just know that this is the 2019... No, the 2021 world champion, Maciej Polak, playing the blue meeples. Lovely color. Yellow meeples for Kęstutis. And 18 extra points on the scoreboard. However, my Lithuanian fans should not experience premature joy. Well, I mean, you can experience all you want, any emotion you choose, but these 18 points on the scoreboard don't mean a lot if Tehran has an 8-point monastery and an 8-point city and a 4-point city over here, and maybe even a farmer. Yeah, it looks like a decent farmer. And also, if somebody draws a road monastery, suddenly this farm is going to be huge. But Kęstutis still is mightily ahead on the scoreboard. And he still could maybe use this meeple here productively. Maybe if he manages to get a triangle tile, he'd be able to connect over here. Because the big threat from the play with the blue meeples is that blue could get a triple city tile, place it over here, get 10 or even 12 points for the city, and at the same time even block the meeple of Kęstutis. So even though the Polish player is doing very well on the scoreboard and on the meeple count, Tehran has a lot of threats. Or should I pronounce his screen name as Terran? I'm not quite sure. Interesting move here by the Polish player, deciding to gamble a little bit. So presumably they're deciding to gamble. This means that they, at the very least, perceive themselves to be behind. And the reason why this is a gamble is because it creates a nice 8-point monastery spot. There's still 2 tiles that fit into that square, and whichever side happens to first draw that tile, they will be able to place it over here, meeple it, and get 9 points and probably even 8 points and probably even 9 points. But look at this, Tehran gets to finish his 9-point monastery. Only 17 points behind on the scoreboard. Kęstutis should probably now make some sort of point scoring move, but there are choices. He could go over here maybe trying to block this square and making sure that he blocks 2 of Tehran's meeple versus 1 meeple of his own, and just salvage the 3 points from this guy and simply allow Tehran to enjoy 10 points on this ruin over here. Because there's actually a significant threat of Tehran drawing one of the 2 splitter tiles and then a city cap and then finishing like a 16 or even 18 point city or something like this. So this is a threat that will need to be addressed, and it can be addressed either by connecting over here and then getting a second meeple and then equalizing the city, or by blocking that square. But the Lithuanian player decides not to do that. Instead, he goes for a 4-point road, which is wise. I'm going to give him that. It is rather wise. Just trying to score his points. Now, there are options. He could either take 5 points over here, possibly even meeple the 6-point field. Really not a bad move, I believe. He could take a 3-point road over here, which I also completely empathize with. Also pre-building a 3-point road, which will in the future obstruct this monastery of Terran. So that's quite a deep move here by Kęstutis. And it seems to me that his rating also has grown recently. So it's certainly pleasant to see growth of skill level. Yes, Elias, I do believe that Terran is probably a StarCraft reference, and the way I remember this, I think there are races and something, and Terran is one of the races for which you can play. And the reason I think I know this is because Crafturaf, one of the Belgian players whom we are going to watch later today in just 15 minutes in the match of Belgium versus Germany, Crafturaf, I think, plays for that race in StarCraft. Also, StarCraft is where Crafturaf, it's where the nickname is originating from. So it is possible that today we will be watching players featuring 2 different StarCraft-related screen names. Tehran chooses to score 2 points for the road after long deliberation. Minus 18 for the scoreboard. Kęstutis now needs to take a crucial decision. Well, actually, it's not really much of a decision. I don't think he can afford to connect over here right now because Tehran could draw city caps and finish the monastery. I think he needs to go over here first. No, Kęstutis! What are you doing? Oh, no. I can understand the desire behind that move, but this is so important to address. And I mean, he drew such a good tile, and there's so few Dorito tiles remaining. I mean, I can understand this, but like the threat of Tehran completing the city is actually super annoying because not only is it 10 points on the scoreboard, it also essentially blocks this meeple. So he really needed to take this tile and go over here just to equalize that. And if Kęstutis had gone over here, then he could draw the quadruple city tile and place it over here, and then he would be able to grow this ruin for himself, and it would have been so good for the Lithuanian. But instead, Tehran now gonna go over here and basically threaten the completion of the city. I think what's about to happen is the Polish player is going to complete the city and win like plus 50. I could be wrong. Yes, Vika, and actually, I think Crafturaf was even originally more overt. I think originally his screen name was StarCrafturaf. But I think Crafturaf is cooler because like it's also crafty, which means he's a good player, and also it has Raf in crafty, and his name is Raf. It's great screen name. Interesting. Tehran chooses to continue his city on the right. Instead of adding points to his monastery directly, I wonder why this choice. So I think the idea is that maybe he figured that there would be fewer attacking opportunities. So he basically figured that there are fewer attacking opportunities on this side, right? So for example, if Kęstutis goes over here, meeple the city, then Tehran can go over here and sort of drop a counter meeple, and then they take a triple city tile and unify everything. Whereas had this tile gone over here, then Kęstutis could have attacked over here and connected like this. I don't think it's actually worth not having the extra points. But again, the world champion might know something that I don't. We should always take that assumption. And look at this. It seems to him so important to prevent this city from being attacked that he even spends a monastery tile, which could have been used to score 2 points here and there. He even uses a monastery tile just to eliminate an attacking platform. That's interesting. So I wouldn't have played any of these moves. My playing style tends to be a bit more straightforward, but it's certainly something. Well, if this works out, I will consider myself a person who learned something new today. I'm gonna tell you that. So, okay, so now the important stuff. How's hockey doing? Let's go. Okay, so Latvia scored. Ralf Freibergs in the first period. Oh, that's lovely. And look at this. They had 20 shots on goal in the first period. And it seemed because Latvia had 3 meeple shortages. But despite that, just like in Carcassonne, it's possible to win with a meeple shortage. Latvia now scored a goal. I'm not sure exactly how this happened, but this is awesome. I'm going to update the scoreboard for those few of you who care about that kind of thing. But yeah, we're going to be headed back to the Carcassonne position. So Latvia, Slovakia 1 versus 0. Lithuania, Poland currently, well, Poland 2, Lithuania 0. Yes, thank you, Nepamai, for confirming this. Yep, that makes sense. Oh, and Terrans are also humans. Thank you for confirming my suspicions that Terran was in fact a StarCraft reference. Terran and Crafty should have matched together in StarCraft, deciding who's the better StarCraft player. But he doesn't care who the better StarCraft player, because it does appear that in this match, the better Carcassonne player is Terran, because Kęstutis, with this move, missed an opportunity to prevent the event that we just witnessed, the completion of a 10-point city, the obliteration of this poor 2-point meeple guy, and the retrieval of 2 meeples into the hand of Tehran, an extra city in Tehran's field. Kęstutis is trying to attack the city, of course, as he should, but now comes the sneakiness and the long-term planning of Tehran, as he's able, just as we saw before, equalize this meeple and prevent yellow from connecting to this ruin. And even if the city doesn't get completed, even if nothing goes into this square, despite the fact that there are actually 3 tiles that still go into that square, but even if no tiles go into that square, these 16 ruin points, I believe, or 15. No, 16, yeah. The 16 ruin points will for sure give Tehran the victory, but that was a very, very subtle find here by the Polish player. I have to take, I'm impressed by the whole strategic approach of basically making this city the central feature on the game, but this move over here by the Lithuanian, it's something that I would have to say hurts me quite deeply. But, it happens in Carcassonne. Like, the Polish player knew that by creating a complex position, he would make his opponent make a mistake at some point, because there was a sensitive spot. There was a sensitive spot of like when to finish this road, and there were multiple sensitive spots near the city. And it's just like when you're playing against less experienced players than yourself, if you can force your players into making difficult decisions, this means that you are in a good position, and this is something that seems to have happened in this game. Now, what's Tehran? Oh, I'm surprised. Is he gonna take 4 points? I'm surprised. I thought he was gonna go over here and protect the city, because it's still possible to connect to that city. Okay, Kęstutis cannot allow the 16 points of Tehran to stay intact if he has any desire to emerge victorious in this encounter. How about we go over here and we place a meeple on the city, and we hope for the last remaining triple city tile with a field to connect to the city like this. This is the only connection platform, and Kęstutis got the tile that fits here, and he has now a chance to punish the Polish player for not being able to protect that city, but he instead does not do that. He takes a 9-point field. Well, just before Tehran could have taken a 12-point field with that monastery. I'm actually not quite sure about that move. I think 16 points are more important than 9 points. So I would have placed that tile over here if I bought the Lithuanian. The Lithuanian really needs to try hard. If he wants to win this game, he needs to get his road meeple back with the crossroads. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think there's still one more crossroad tiles remaining. Actually, no, there's 0 crossroad tiles remaining. So he needs to get the last remaining triple city tile with the road, because this is the only road and tile remaining. And he has to go over here and drop a farmer with that move. This is, I believe, what needs to happen. And then he needed to at some point go over here and connect over here to the 16-point ruin. And do you see how many ands and ifs I'm having in that sentence? This means that the chances are dwindling for Team Lithuania. But hi KK Spam, thanks for confirming the win of Tomasz Preuss in the second game against yourself, against Ludicelis. And this means that Poland has won this match. We will find the score soon enough. Actually, we're probably witnessing the last duel and the last game of this match, possibly, as Kraukle gets the decider against Prici and manages to deliver Lithuania that one big point. So if Kęstutis wants to make the score a respectable and close score of 2-3, he would need to somehow change that game around and then win another game against the 2021 world champion. Certainly easier said than done, but come on, Kęstutis. Kęstutis, show your best effort. In the meantime, the important thing... Okay, so... Yes, I believe they have not started the second period. And hockey, defenseman scoring the only goal in Latvia against Slovakia. So, Tehran decided to simply score 2 points with Monastery. Kęstutis, with a curve, will probably expand his field from 9 to 12 points. But the problem with this field is that it is easily attackable from here or from here. Tehran at some point will drop a 6-point farmer with a chance of equalizing these 12 points. That's why attacking this farm was not urgent. What was urgent was placing this tile over here and trying to connect to the city. Kęstutis, prioritization. But sometimes I see like players who play normally really well, like the Lithuanian made actually really good moves at some point. But once a player is behind, I've noticed a lot that many players just find it difficult to find the courage to make risky moves. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Because you have to be super, super risky. Well, actually, this move here by Kęstutis was good, because the idea is that he wants to get a tile that goes over here and get a quadruple city tile. He wants to get one more meeple into the city. All right, Kęstutis trying to connect to the city. There we go. Finally summoned some courage. Get some risk. Tehran doesn't get a blocking tile. He instead takes a 6-point farm. Kęstutis gets the quadruple city tile, but he places it... I think should have placed it over here to protect... Kęstutis. No. Well, I mean, it wouldn't have mattered, but a better move was to go over here, I think. And to actually try and protect the blocking square. Yeah. Would have given him a better chance to win, but Tehran now just managed to go over here and put a dagger, figuratively and literally, in the hopes of the Lithuanian fans regarding this duel, because there are no tiles that fit into this square, and I am left to feel all my negative emotions. Oh, thank you for confirming, KK Spam, that Kęstutis is the current Lithuanian champion and is going to represent Lithuania at the World Championship. And interesting, so it's Kęstutis and it's not Liudisėlis. This is surprising to me. But this means that Lithuania is growing as a Carcassonne nation. So there's no longer a monopoly on the national champion. So it's becoming more competitive. Tehran manages to score 4 points for the city and 1 point for the monastery. This is absolutely lovely. Oh, look at that. And he can now go... Okay, he doesn't even do that. He decides to take a 6-point field for some reason. But why not go over here and just take a monastery and city points and then take the field later? He might have reasons. Yeah, I don't get Tehran, actually. So Kęstutis gets a 5 points for the ruin up top, but why didn't Tehran go over here and finish his monastery and only then meeple the farm? Well, a bit of an imprecision from the from the Polish player, but what does it matter? Because it was a spectacular performance of luring yellow into this big ruin and then cutting yellow off at both sides. And then, because yellow was bothered about this city, yellow failed to prioritize and allowed blue to complete this 10-point city, which actually was way, way more important for the fate of this game than this big ruin. So it seems to me that in a hockey-like fashion, which actually happens in hockey a lot, Tehran created threats on two sides of the board, and Kęstutis didn't have enough defensive resources, and as a result, they lost this game quite convincingly at -30. So a masterclass in strategic planning of cities from Tehran from Poland, and we congratulate Poland on a confident 4-1 win in this match against Lithuania. We are going to congratulate Poland with the Polish anthem, but at the end of the mega stream, because now we have to jump into Belgium versus Germany. And I'm actually going to change the score in front of you. Okay, I'm gonna spare you the sight. I'm just gonna make sure that you don't see the scoreboard for a while. It's gonna take me 1 minute or so. Scoreboard, scoreboard, scoreboard. Yeah, there we go. It's gonna take me very, very quickly to just put the right names of all the players. So Lithuania lost 1 against 4, and Belgium versus Germany. This is the central match of the day. I'm going to explain very, very soon why this is the case. Alrighty. So Germany. The reason why the Belgium versus Germany match is important is because it will decide who will qualify for the playoffs. Surprise, surprise. This is what happens in the last round of the group stage. The fate of the playoffs is being decided. So you can see the scoreboard again. I'm going to update the outcome of Lithuania-Poland over here. And just in a second, we're going to head to the Belgium versus Germany match, which just started actually just 5 minutes ago. I just want to show you the tournament table real quick. So basically, Belgium is in 3rd, Germany is in 4th, and whoever wins will jump either to 3rd or 2nd. But here's the interesting part. Whoever wins, they will be 3rd behind France. And actually, I think France has also not played their match, and France could win and they could jump even higher. So, but 3rd place could be not enough to qualify for the playoffs. So they need not only to take 3rd place in the group, but they also need to have good tiebreakers. And in order to have good tiebreakers, they have to win big. So like a narrow win is not enough. So either Belgium has to win 4-1, or like 5-0, or Germany has to win against Belgium 4-1 or 5-0. Otherwise, neither of the team might qualify. So it's a very, very interesting situation here. Anyway, we are going to watch, I think, the most exciting duel of the evening. That's going to be Craft Giraffe versus Nocebo on board 1. Both very high-rated players. I'd say that Nocebo, at least formerly the best player in Germany, extremely creative, and Craft Giraffe, actually probably the best player in Belgium. I think the only one to have achieved the title of Master, but my Belgian viewers might correct me if I'm wrong. So I actually even want to focus our entire attention on this duel. We can see that already almost half of the game have passed, so both players are playing fairly fast. A bit of background on the players. Craft Giraffe, Belgian streamer of Carcassonne, chess author, and many times the national vice champion, but a very strong player online. And Nocebo, that's Roman Stahl, very creative player, formerly rated 800 on Board Game Arena, formerly won the Arena season possibly twice, if I don't remember, just exceptionally strong. They had a break from Carcassonne, and we will see if they manage to have their shape back or not. So, hi Kęstutis. Let's see. Let's analyze this position. So Craft Giraffe has 18 points on the scoreboard, just as Nocebo. By the way, those of you who don't know, the meaning of the word nocebo, it's like the opposite of placebo. So placebo is, you know, when you think that the medicine is helping, but it turns out that it's a blank, but because you think that the medicine is helping you get better. Nocebo is worse, when you think that you're like taking poison or something, but even if you're taking something which is not poison, you still get the damage. So it's like the opposite of placebo. So it's a very aggressive screen name, and I think not everybody realizes that. But it's competitive Carcassonne, it has to be aggressive. Well, anyway, speaking of aggression, one thing that the German player seems to be very aggressive about is farms, because the dritte deutsche Bauer is being dropped into the field, and they will produce very efficiently. So here's the idea behind this move, right? 3 farmers. Why do we need 3 farmers? Is because Crafty has 1 farmer over here, and it really disincentivizes Crafty from dropping a 2nd farmer to equalize this field. And the idea of Nocebo, he wants to have a super majority. He wants to join over here, have 15 points for the field, and use this abundance of green square for abundance of these green squares to build more cities and get more city points. Yes, Elias, Raf is the only Belgian base game master, and certainly the only one from the Belgian national team. I really think that like expansion elo doesn't really count for much, because if you play against only players who play expansions, then you typically don't play the other top players from the Carcassonne world, so it's very easy to keep your elo high artificially. Well, very easy is a bit of a stretch, but let's say easier than if you're playing classical Carcassonne. Alrighty. Craft Giraffe continue his city on the right. Nocebo instantly decides to break the city, make it much harder for Crafty to complete. Now Crafty needs to get 3 extra tiles, and he immediately draws one of them, renewing the threat of completing the city. Things are happening so fast in this game that I barely have the time to analyze the position. So what are we having? We are having this whole field plan, you know, German agriculture, subsidized by the German government, I presume. And to counter that, we have the clergy with the Belgian black meeples for 16 points. And I think the one place which gives the advantage to the German player is this ruin over here. Look at this. It is worth already 12 points. There are some ways how this ruin can be developed further over here. Whereas the ruin of Crafty is worth only 6 points, and it is less than 12, which is a problem. But Crafty has some things going for him. He has threats for completing cities here and here, and he is going to complete one of them. He's still ahead on the scoreboard, and he has a massive, massive threat for a road monastery over here. If he gets... Just a second, I will explain what's happening very, very soon. I will be right back. It's a bit chaotic over here, but just watch the game. I'm pretty sure nothing's gonna happen in 1 minute. Okay, I am back. I am back. I will just make myself a little bit softer. Wait. I'm actually not sure how this is supposed to be. Let me know if the sound is good at all. I'm having some issues. If you heard any bird sounds in the background, it is because there is a bird in the room with me. It is unplanned. I do not want to explain this, but actually, I don't want to explain this at all. So, it seems to me that the microphone is picking up the sound of a bird which is in a room which wasn't planned for today, but we're just gonna have to deal with it. So, what has changed in this game? What has changed is that both players are thinking quite a bit. And what else has changed? And Nocibo got more stuff for his city. And Nocibo decided to try to connect to Raf City over here. Which it makes sense because Crafty was quite close to finishing that city. Crafty decided to start a 4-point road, which makes sense. I don't think that Crafty will be attempting to attack this field just because Nocibo has such strong control over it. Like, at any point he could go over here and connect this. Okay, perfect. The reason why you're not hearing the bird right now is because I had to pacify it, basically. But at some point I might be able to move it, maybe. But if I move it, it will get lonely and it really requires attention because it is like 40 days old or something. I mean, I'm gonna tell you, okay, so like we rescued the bird. We found this little crow and he was probably gonna die. And now he's not gonna die. And he requires a lot of attention, it turns out. Yeah. So Crafty, what is Crafty gonna do? Nocibo makes a predictable and a strong move. Trying to develop his field, get some city caps in, simply knowing that Crafty is not gonna have enough meeples to try and attack this field, so it is safe to keep bloating it and bloating it and bloating it and getting more cities. What an interesting move for Crafty. Crafty is making it harder for green to connect into the square. And also he's hoping to get a splitter tile and maybe even drop a farmer over here, which will of course now not be possible as the 4-point road is completed and this piece of city is now in Green's field. Green is also just keep scoring points and point and point, and he also drew the splitter tile. So now there isn't a splitter tile that fits into this square. There are only tiles which connect these two meeples together. I think there's still 2 triple city tiles after this draw. But I wonder, I was actually surprised why Nocibo went over here and why Nocibo didn't try to just attack the city with a second meeple, given that there were still triple city tiles remaining. I think it was a decent bet to actually try and do that. Maybe the German player decided that attacking the city was not strategically necessary, but by placing this move over here earlier on, he basically invited Craft Giraffe to place a tile over here and attacked the city himself. And I wonder why Craft Giraffe didn't do that, because if Craft Giraffe were to turn this tile the other way around and meeple this, he could have tried overrunning this city. Okay, that's interesting. So now Crafty's changing strategy. He decided that he wants to fight for the field after all. I'm not sure if that's going to work. because in order for that to happen, he will need to connect over here, which is fair enough, and he will equalize this field temporarily. But Nocibo has already have a farmer over here, so he'll just place a tile over here and he will win the majority of the field again. But then Crafty will probably have to drop a farmer over here with his last meeple, and then if he has his last meeple tangled into a field fight, he'll miss out on quick points, and this is the problem with this strategy. On the other hand, it might work out. It might work out spatially if Crafty manages to make B 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9. Doesn't quite work. Maybe if Crafty managed to drop his farmer and somehow keep a tie on this field, maybe these monasteries will be enough for him to have an advantage elsewhere. But Nocibo is now probably going to go over here and unify this field, or Nocibo could go over here and drop a 6-point farm. Yeah, Nocibo could do so many things. He first of all wants to unify the farms. Crafty now gets yet another triple city tile, so he could have gone over here. He could have overrun the city, but he chose not to, and he's now paying the price. So the Belgian better come up with some spectacular winning sequence. Maybe I don't have ideas. I think the idea is just we wait until we draw a tile over here and then we want to drop a farmer, or we get the road monastery tile early on and so we place it over here. Actually, how's our hockey doing? Well, the second period is still going on. Slovakia is attacking more apparently with 3 shots on goal more than Latvia, but it doesn't matter because the score is still 1-0 ahead of Slovakia. We just have to hold on for like an hour and then Latvia can win. Okay, now back to this, roughly equal on the scoreboard, but Crafty shorter meeples and doesn't know how to engage into a field fight. This is actually a smart move. It's a pre-defense move. I mean, Crafty found such a good move with the seemingly useless tile. Look at this, look at this, look at this. So his idea was to drop a farmer over here and then use this tile so that Nocibo cannot use this square for blocking this square. But Nocibo is also playing 4-dimensional chess. He knows that Crafty knows all the stuff that I just told you, and he prevents Crafty from dropping a farmer here, so he himself drops a 6-point farmer, not only to get these 6 points, but to take out this attacking platform of the field. And oh, this is some really strong sequence from Nocibo. 5 points ahead on the scoreboard as Crafty draws another of the triple city tiles with which he could have connected and overrun this big city, and this game could have ended much, much differently. Now I believe the only way that Crafty wins is if he gets the evil hamster, so the 9-point monastery, then he's gonna have 18 points on his scoreboard. And then maybe something else? I'm not sure. Nocibo gets a 5-point road. Crafty builds the barricade around the main field. And now, okay, Crafty gets a good tile. He can still go over here. And he can still have room for another farmer. Maybe that's his chance. But there's simply going to be not enough tiles to do that. Nocibo actually could just go over here and drop a farmer. I'm not sure that's a good idea, but he could do that. There are several tiles remaining, one of which is the road monastery, but you see, that's the problem, because green has 3 meeples on this field and black has 2. And black has to get 1 more meeple into the field, but how? Well, I presume black wanted to draw this tile, go over here, and then connect over here, but then there's not enough time for black to actually use the road monastery over here. Elias is asking, what's a usual score for a hockey game? Is it like football? It is a bit higher. Yeah, so it's like 3-2 would be quite standard. 1-0 is really not standard. 1-0 would be a very slow scoring game. Like 1-0 in ice hockey is like, I don't know, 60-55 in Carcassonne. And 3-2 or 3-3 in hockey is like, I don't know, 100 against 95 in Carcassonne. So yeah, the score can vary, but typically both teams score a couple of goals. So we might see some more coming, but so far only 1 goal for Latvia and 0 goals for Slovakia, and honestly I want it to stay that way. Just a reminder that that game is also important for the playoff, but the playoff of something else. Of the World Hockey Championship. Yeah, good move from Nocibo, just putting an insurance farmer, making sure that Crafty cannot connect to the field, and ooh! That's not gonna work. Oh, that was so close. The guy's hoping for the road monastery. Oh, that was so nice. The move was nice. The idea, of course, is that Crafty wants to draw the road monastery and place it over here and connect to the field that way, but of course, Nocibo is smart enough to recognize that, and the best use that Crafty can find for the road monastery is just this measly 1 point for his other monastery, and the strategy of efficient German agriculture has been successful again. 21 points for farms and 6 extra points for the little farm, as the Belgian player is left with 62 points only. So congratulations to Roman Stahl for putting Germany 1-0 ahead. Well, for sure, we will be now looking at their second duel. The rematch has been created, I think. I also want to look at the second table, as the Belgian captain, Nico Vellemans, has won with a 1 point difference against Mike Keaton of Germany. And they are also going to start their rematch, so they are good things for... Oops, sorry about that. I forgot to actually change the score. No, Germany has not won. It was the previous match. Why didn't anybody tell me? Why didn't anybody tell me? Anyway. Nocibo has won the first game, and Nico of Belgium has won the first game as well. Also a preview of other games. So 71 Knives, the reigning Belgian champion, is playing against last year's Belgian champion, 71 Knives, is playing against Navarre 79, who is the last year's German champion and also the 4 times world champion in the early era of Carcassonne in the late 2000s. That's Ralf Querfoot versus Karl Verheiden. Obi Wonder versus Medusa Hope. Medusa Hope will probably be the stronger player between the two. However, Obi Wonder has progressed a lot, I believe up to a rating of 600 something. And Nice Dicer against Wise Maze. Wise Maze is in really good shape, but he is actually stronger in quick time formats, which could be an asset for the Belgian player, as the time format of this match is slower. Well, anyway, we are still gonna keep looking at Craft Giraffe versus Nocibo. So what's happening over here? Crafty has gotten 4 points from this city over here. It was Nocebo to go first. Presumably they placed this 2-point road here. Crafty took the 4-point road for the city. Then Nocebo started a new city over here. Then Crafty started a new city over here. And then Nocebo tried to start attacking Crafty's city, which led to the Belgians' prompt decision to wrap up his construction site early and just be happy with a 2-tile city without attempting to develop it further, because it was possible that Nocebo was going to draw something like this, place it over here, place a meeple, attack that city, and this is why with this move Crafty prevented that happening, playing conservatively, playing small ball, decided that 8 points on the scoreboard is good. Crafty now has a choice. It is enticing to either meeple this city and to not do that. I think the 2 possible moves was to either meeple the city and then try to build up a lip-shaped city like this, or to go over here and start attempting to break Nocebo's city. But now I think what Nocebo gonna do is exactly to go over here, and oh boy, these sorts of cities are more dangerous than you might think. Like, Nocebo's gonna get one of the 5 Doritos with the road, and he's gonna go over here, 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 and he's gonna create a threat of completing this city. Like, mark my words, it will be annoying for Crafty to deal with. I mean, it's not a super valuable city because it's possible to block from this side and to connect from this side, but typically it should be enough to cause some headache for the player with the black meeples. But you know, to counter that, the black player is going to draw the first monastery and meeple again the road monastery, just in the last game, just like in the last game, controlling 2 German roads. So it is quite annoying to deal with if you're Nocebo, but pretty sure that he is gonna deal with that. So what else happened? Crafty a couple moves ago tried to disrupt the construction of Nocebo City, but Nocebo drew a shielded Dorito tile and now renewed the threat of completing the city. Oh, nice. What a move by Crafty. I'm loving this. Crafty is now recognizing that there were still plenty of Dorito tiles that allowed Nocebo to complete his city like this, and he's saying, not so fast. I ain't want no completed cities by you. I want to keep you with 0 points on the scoreboard. But look at this, look at this. Nocebo is now realizing that with this move, Crafty Wrath is threatening to place something over here to block the square, to make sure that this meeple is trapped, this meeple is trapped, so that would be 2 German meeples trapped versus 1 Belgian meeple trapped, so that's a win for the Belgian player. Okay, Crafty Wrath now goes over here, obviously, or not. Yeah, it sounds like a good move. So this guy's trapped, and with that, Crafty is going to have the long-term meeple advantage. But look at the sneaky Nocebo. Told you this city is going to create some headache, and now it is in a... I'm not sure. I think we need to come up with a terminology. It's like either prime position or the city is in a position that has been sorted out. Let me think about this. Okay, the city, let's say, is completely covered, because this city was vulnerable at first, and now the city is covered, meaning that there are no ways how Crafty can connect with 2 moves. Crafty would need to spend at least 3 moves. So he need to first of all go over here to create a connection platform, then go over here, then go over here. And that's why he chooses to do neither. He decides that it's not worth spending the time. But look at this. Like, Nocebo is building this city in such a way that keeps it covered, that denies Oh, what I was going to say. Yes, sorry, I just spaced out whilst reading your chat. I'm going to get to your comments in a second, but basically the idea is that Nocibo is now going to go over here, maybe, and his plan is to build and complete the city with one meeple. Like I told you, it's going to cause such headache for the black player. It looked like just such a garbage city, but these high-level German players, they're so good at recognizing city patterns. And yeah, so just a triple city tile over here and a city cap over here and a 20-point city out of nowhere is there for Nocibo. But actually, Crafty Raff can absolutely live with that. I think the move for Crafty is we just don't need to panic and we just build. Like we go here, we build a road, and the game plan for the Belgian is to simply allow Nocibo to finish his city and have some fun. The reason I'm saying that is because with 14 points on the scoreboard and the long-term meeple advantage and a little city project which has begun over here, the Belgian can actually afford to lose all these city points. So the German is certainly building this stuff here in the most skillful fashion. Okay, so Michael Meyer is asking why Crafty didn't use this tile over here to go over here and place a meeple and join this city. And the answer is that that city wasn't well developed just yet. So I kind of agree with Crafty for waiting a little bit longer. It's just Nocibo was very good at developing the city quick enough to cover all the entry points. And that move, which Crafty played with that triple city tile, it was actually very good, if you ask me. I mean, it resulted in a blocked green city and a long-term meeple majority, so that's nice. And you see, but Crafty is now trying too hard. I don't think the idea of creating a blocking platform, it wasn't even worth it, I think. Yeah, of course, so he was trying to block the city over here, but I believe that a better move was just to start to ring road. Actually, I'm not sure about that. Okay, so Craft Giraffe spent a tile on trying to create a blocking platform, which I think makes sense because it forced Nocibo to use a good curvy tile which could have fit over here, and Nocibo was forced to defend that square. So he made it sure that there's still 3 tiles that left into that square, as Craft Giraffe was threatening to get a straight line and make it sure that there are 0 tiles that fit into that square. Certainly not a situation acceptable for the German player. As a result of the exchange of these 2 moves, Nocibo then drew a subpar road tile, which he now, of course, still has to place over here, which he just did, to save the prospect of his road. Meeple on the monastery, of course. Yeah, that's smart. Crafty's trying to meeple the monastery, maybe attack the city from below, but Nocibo now is going to cover it up, either drop a farmer or take a city meeple. City meeple looks good, and this looks completely wonderful. And you know why this is wonderful? That's because there's still 3 tiles that's left into that square, which gives Nocibo an 88-something% chance to complete it at some point in the game, and the German is right back in it. Just a spectacular, spectacular way how he managed to build up the city. But to finish answering your questioning, so I think it's okay that Crafty delayed trying to do something about that city, but I would not have allowed the creation of that city in the first place with this move. So I think that was actually the imprecision by Crafty. Well, Nocibo now drew a fantastic tile, drew a splitter tile, and even meeple the farmer, which is unfortunate for Crafty, and you know why? In those situations where there's a big city of your opponents, like waiting to be completed imminently, in those situations, as the player with the black meeples who has the meeple majority, actually you want to be going around dropping compensation farmers everywhere yourself. But Nocebo managed to drop a farmer, and he's going to get the city as well. So it's certainly a lot to stomach. Well, what else do we have? Crafty gets the first of the 3 remaining horse tiles, as Brazilians call them. So now there are only 2 tiles left that fit into that square, and the chance of Nocebo completing the city goes down to 75%. Crafty could take 2 points over here or over here. He chooses to take 2 points on the left, which makes sense. 15 points ahead on the scoreboard as Nocebo builds his city downwards. Also makes it harder for Black to complete his monastery. Black has some cities of his own. 2 cities open, so he has threats of completing cities, but so does Nocebo, as Nocebo is threatening to draw a city cap and cover up his city. Certainly not something we want to allow and presume either a blocking move from here or a blocking move from here is about to follow. Really not many good things that what Crafty could do here. Of course, he could go over here still, put some pressure on this road, just doesn't seem to be the priority thing to do in this position. Certainly this city looks too appetizing to leave it alone. Also, I'm paranoid. Am I too loud or am I too quiet? I have to know. What else? What else? Oh, Elias was suggesting that at some point Craft could take the compensation road. Actually, we could do it now, like meepling this road and then covering it up with a road end, so that when Nocebo finishes the city, yeah, exactly, that Craft is going to get some extra road points from this road end as compensation. In the meantime, Nocebo continues his road like this, with the aspiration of drawing a curve plus straight line combination and having this long 8-point road like this, and maybe even possibly dropping a farmer upon finishing it. So Crafty might actually just go over here and connect to this road, or he might go over here and again do something about that city at the bottom, because this meeple is not going to stay here forever unless Crafty forces this meeple to stay there forever. And if this meeple comes back into Nocebo's hand, it's not going to be empty-handed. It's going to be with a bunch of points, like 14 or even 16. Not something that Crafty can afford here, but Crafty still decides to just go for the road, and Nocebo can do this, and Crafty's in dire straits here. He could go over here, getting 7 points, but blocking his own monastery in the process. Not something I'd normally recommend. Or he could go over here, trying to attack the city. Something that I do like, but will there be enough time? Nocebo could actually go over here. Look at this. If he goes over here, he covers up the city and prevents Craft Giraffe from connecting to that city. And at the same time, if he goes over here, he creates a threat against Crafty's city. And Nocebo, of course, found that move. Roman Stahl still has it. Excellent recognition here on the part of the German player. Recognition of the situation in which he can make a multi-purpose move. Both players keep discarding monasteries. Well, actually, that's Crafty. So Crafty drew this monastery, and Nocebo now draws another monastery, and he doesn't really have good places for it, or does he? He could go over here trying to attack Crafty's city here. He could go over here, limiting Crafty's roads a little bit, or he could go over here, trying to limit Crafty's connection to Nocebo's road, but instead he blocks Crafty's monastery, which obviously makes sense. Blocking is a good thing. He also expands his own field by quite a bit. Crafty Raf is going to get a city cap and finish the city at some point, and when he finishes this city, an extra 3 points will go to the field of green. But Crafty draws the second horsey tile that would have fit into that square, and Crafty's not going to fit it into that square. So now there's only one tile available to go over here, and Belgian fans should be happy about this. Now we're in a 50-50 situation. Either Nocebo draws the last tile that fits into this square, or this city is not going to get completed. Yes, earlier I told you that there was like an 88% chance of completing this city, but 88 is not per 100. 12% is still a lot, and sometimes that happens. And when that happens to less experienced players, they typically, well, that depends on who, but some players like to, I don't know, throw a tantrum and curse at their opponent for having too much luck, but no. It is a little bit of luck, but if Crafty draws this triple city tile, I actually believe that Nocebo can still have a chance to win this game due to his stronghold on the central field. This is why it's so important to drop farmers early, because it's now quite difficult to attack this field. Kaftiraf can go over here and try to attack the city, but Nocebo gets the city cap and gets a boatload of points. Whole 16 points for the city. A meeple back, only -8 for Nocebo. Central control on the field, still a 50-50 chance of completing a huge ruin, and now a strong position for the German player. Well, what else? Well, 16 points for the monasteries, for blocked monasteries, as Crafty Raf had in the last game, but some roads, some ruins for Nocebo as well to compensate. Overall, a slightly better chance, well, for the German. Thank you for the kind word, Kestutis. Hard decisions and big mistakes. These is what Carcassonne and life is all about. The only question is, what do we do next time? Okay, Crafty, with the monastery tile, has interesting options. He could go over here, meeple a 5-point monastery. If we're interested in meeple monasteries, we might be. And then he might go over here and drop a farmer and hope for the last remaining dagger tile that goes over here. But instead, Crafty drops a 4-point monastery over here, possibly aspiring to get a straight line and get a 6-point field over here. So that's interesting. And Nocebo decides to go to the field himself. Look at this idea. So he gets a 3-point field, but he wants to get a curvy tile and sneak into this bigger field, turning it into a 9-point field. And he also adds in 1 point to his ruin in the process. Okay, so there's still 2 crossroad tiles. So if some of you are thinking of going over here and trying to block the access of this meeple into this 6-point field, it's kind of useless. So I think as Crafty, we just have to proceed with the plan where I originally had, which is to go over here or over here and drop a farmer over here. Or we might go over here and drop a farmer like this, hoping to connect to the main field. But we're running out of meeples, so I'm going to start questioning this 4-point monastery now. Maybe it was just better to drop the farmer or to use the monastery for 5 points, and or maybe even drop a farmer, I don't know, trying to connect to the main farm like this. So Rav decides to connect to the main field, which makes sense. Nocebo with a crossroad tile decides to expand his field up to 9 points, strong, and to even meeple a small road. Crafty successfully completes his connection to the main field. Nocebo with a rather useless tile. I'm not sure if he's going to go here and attack the field. He does! Let's go. Now we get ourselves some content. By the way, Crafty Raff would have drawn the last dagger that fit into this square, so a farmer here would have worked. Not that it is super necessary. Okay, so what can we do as Crafty? Can we maybe somehow block this square? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So there are still two straight lines remaining. If we go over here, we could limit the number of tiles that fit into this square to just 2. But 2 is still not 0. And what else could we do? Maybe we can just go over here and try to build an 8-point city and attack the field later. Also an option. But we could also just take 4 points over here, creating another field attacking spot, because later we could drop a farmer here. And, oh, look at this. If we take 4 points over here right now, then we create a kind of like ambiguous situation. If we go over here, we can go over here with a meeple, and then we can threaten the connection to this 9-point field or to this main field, and then we can decide sort of later based on the runouts of the tiles which one we need. An important part for Crafty Raff that he needs not to lose on time. He has 50 seconds remaining and he needs to make a move soon. He does opt for the 4 quick points on the scoreboard. Plus 12 on the scoreboard as Nocebo gets a tile to give him the lead on the main field again, and Crafty now gets a curvy tile. Is it the time to drop the last meeple yet or not? It might be. This field connection sure seems important. I'm really not sure what to do here. So I just want to watch the Belgian player do it and then criticize it, I guess. Yeah, the downside of going over here is that it's still really just a 9-point move in the long run, because we assume that green is going to get a tile that fits into the square. I can see, I think, a couple of curves. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, there's one curve, I believe. Actually, there are not this many tiles as I thought. Yeah, so Crafty decides to just take a -3 points. So he hopes to attack the city with something, or the field with something else. And I understand. So now he can go over here, get his meeple back. And then later finds a platform to attack the field. But the problem is, if Nocebo draws the one remaining curve, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, yes, the one remaining curve, then once he gets over here, not only he completes a 4-point row to get some meeple back, but he actually eliminates this square as a connection platform to either of the fields, and then Crafty will have a harder time to connect. But Crafty decides to take 4 points for the city instead of finishing this city, and that's interesting. Nocebo gets the horse tile, and the city comes back. The city meeple comes back to Nocebo's hand. 28 points for the city. What a monster sequence. It was a long wait. But eventually, the city, which started by Crafty Raff making an imprecision, and then Nocebo realizing the potential of that city and having a good sense of city geometry and building it very carefully in a manner which is covered up, that paid off now big time. 12 points extra on the scoreboard and a control of 2 fields in 2 different parts of the board. I believe this should give Germany the decisive advantage in this key duel. 20 points, 20 seconds for the Belgium. What does he do? Maybe he needs to find a way how to attack the field, but does he do it right now? No. I think it's a panic move. 6 seconds remaining, so this means it's under 10, so like the... It's under 10, so it's not a lot of time. And he was probably getting these signals that that like board game arena sound, that time to play, time to play, time to play, and he just panicked. And now we have the sad reality. Minus 16, and meeple down, and really not a lot of spots to attack the field at all. So the best thing we can do here is accept defeat. A 3-point farmer for Crafty Ref. Nocebo gets a 4-point road, and Crafty Ref gonna get 1 extra monastery point. And Nocebo is going to win this in spectacular fashion. I am mightily impressed by the play of the German. In both games, pretty complex position and a dominance on the fields, but in this game, that like geometry of the city building was just so beautiful, and we didn't have time to go into all the reasonings of that. And I told you from the start, like this city, with this city move, was far more venomous than it might seem to the naked eye, and this is exactly how this game went down. Plus 23 for Craft Giraffe, for Nocebo. So a disappointing result for the Belgian fans, a encouraging result for the German fans. We're going to have a look at other matches soon enough. I will just be back in like 30 seconds. Stay with me. Back to the match. So we are going to proceed with checking the score of the hockey. Okay, this is great. Still 1-0. Latvia is apparently attacking more, as 14 shots on goal against 10 in the second period. As a reminder, this is the game for a spot in the playoffs at the World Ice Hockey Championship, something that I and 2% of my viewers care about. But we are proceeding with Carcassonne, which is most of you are here for. So how are we doing on table number 2 with Nico Velemans against Mike Keaton? And look at this. The German captain has defeated Mike Keaton 2-0, so that worked out nicely for Belgium. Alrighty, so how we're doing on table number 3 as the 4-time world champion Navarra 79 has managed to lose once to the last year's Belgian champion Karl Verheyen 71 Knives, and they're playing a second game which is about to end, presumably in the Germans' favor because he's 17 points ahead on the scoreboard. Alrighty. Hi, CraftyRef. I can understand your emoji. So, but let's now analyze this position. So Carl here has yellow meeples and starts a new city, decides to start a new city with his last meeple, and the idea is that he can get a city cap over here to get a meeple back, and he can get a Dorito tile over here to finish a city like this and get a meeple back, and maybe he can get a crossroads here to finish his road and get a meeple back. So spending the meeple is not such a big deal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, there is indeed a crossroads remaining, if I'm not mistaken. So what do we have here? 2 extra meeples and 17 points on the scoreboard as Navarre gets a 4-point city, and 71 Knives gets a 10-point city and a meeple back. So all is maybe looking not that bad. Navarre could get his last meeple monastery, or meeple a field, or meeple monastery over here for 7 points, or maybe he can have a better use for the tile whatsoever. Alrighty, but we need some analysis of the position. So I can see a blocked city for 3 points for yellow. There are no tiles that fit into that square, so that is completely blocked. I can see a shared ruin for both players, which is irrelevant. I can see a blocked city for black for 2 points, which is almost irrelevant. And I can see a black meeple trying to connect to a significantly bigger city of 71 Knives through one of the 0 remaining triple city tiles. Yeah, so tiles like this. No cows, no horses, no animal tiles whatsoever. Nothing fits over there. Which is great news for our Belgian fans, because this means that this guy is going to be stuck with 1 point, but this meeple is going to bring the Belgian player 8 points at the end of the game. And actually, this mini battle alone completely negates the scoreboard difference. So what else are we having? 4-point city over here, 2-point city over here versus 3-point city. So 3 extra city points for Navarre. Well, actually, there's also 1-point city over here. So that's 2 extra city points for Navarre, 8 extra monastery points for Navarre. So that's 10. But 71 Knives has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7-point road. So it's really, really, really close. But I think the idea of Navarre is to finish that city. And let's have a look at this. 1, 2, 3, 2 city cap tiles still remaining over here. 2 vanilla city cap tiles, and it's only a 16% chance that 71 Knives draws both of them. But he finds a good tile. He decides to meeple a field, and Navarre gets the city cap tile and gets a 9-point field over here. And I think this should be the win for the German player. Only a 16% chance for 71 Knives, which was really not a lot. I don't think there's much that he could do at all. He can't even attack this field now. So I can't recommend anything for the Belgian player than just accept the defeat. But this is good news for Carcassonne fans, because this means that we're going to have a tied score in this duel, and as a result, we will be headed to a decider. Yeah. 71 Knives of also was adding 2 points to the city up top, hoping to get a second city cap and at least try to get 8 points over here and a 3 point for the farm. But it is Navarre who drew the city cap and to used it to take a 6-point field. The 71 Knives, of course, will go over here for a 7-point monastery, or over a 7-point monastery over here. It didn't really matter that much. And we're going to see what the score is in just a second. I'm impatient this time. I want to refresh. I want to really ramp up the pace. Okay, so plus 10 for Navarre, which means that we are tied. And I want to really look at this decider, but I have to check out the other tables. Maybe some duels have been completed. So, Medusa Hope has won both of his games against Obi Wonder, which makes it look really, really good for Belgium. For Germany, I mean, as Germany is pretty much one game away from winning the match entirely, and the newer player in the German team, Wise Maze, how they doing? Ooh, they already managed to play 3 games, and that was a super, super close duel between them and Tom de Smet of Belgium, where the Belgian managed to come up on top, which means that finally, we get to witness an actual decider for all the marbles here. The last game between 71 Knives and Navarre 79, the two screen names with 70-something numbers in them. This will decide everything. They still are not starting, but now I am thinking that I'm not sure if that's even going to matter that much, because this match is tight, right? It's a 2-2 game. It's a 2-2 match. And if both teams needed not just a win, but they needed a solid win, like 4-5, 4-1, or 5-0 in order to qualify. Instead, one of the team is going to win 3-2, which could be enough or not enough, depends on how other teams play at the group. So like, and at the end of the stream, we're going to see all of that, and we are going to actually calculate if either Belgium or Germany is in. I don't think all is lost for these teams. The most important thing is ice hockey. Okay, so Slovakia has equalized against Latvia, which is not good news for us. Still a tied score, playing in the third period of hockey. As we can see, a relatively equal game if we look at the shots on goal. So we will find out whether Latvia will qualify for the playoffs in the World Hockey Championship. Oh yeah, and of course there's some Carcassonne as well, as Navarre is the starting player in the game that decides everything for both the teams. Oh yes, thank you for confirming that. Of course, the score is 2-1 against the Wise Maze. This could be important because the games won, not just duels won, are important tiebreakers. This could come in handy later. The fact that Wise Maze did win that one game for Germany. So, Navarre was to go first, and they do get benefit from 2 city caps, 8 points ahead on the scoreboard. 71 Knives gets the benefit of the first monastery controlling the road of Navarre, so presumably this tile goes over here to try and cause some pain for the German player. Not really a lot of pain, but it's typically good to have a blocked monastery next to a blocked lesser feature of your opponent. And also, this tile doesn't really have any good uses. Well, I mean, we could actually go here. Not a big fan of that move. Because, yeah, Navarre can go over here. Will he drop a farmer? I don't think he should. But let's see. I know that Ralph is a huge fan of fields. But not to that point. Yeah, the reason I'm not a huge fan of that move because it doesn't just do that much. It's, I don't know, either here or like here or something. But I can understand the attempt of 71 Knives to maybe start a blocking attack against this guy. But instead, the block attempt failed, and now he's using a tile to connect to Navarre's road, which I honestly think is a mistake. This tile belonged either here or here. And the reason why this is a mistake is because, well, first of all, a crossroad tile is far too valuable to be spending it on connecting to a 3-point road. And also this 3-point road is like, it's not important. It's not an important feature at all. It being controlled by this monastery, it is very close to being worthless. And it's still possible to block that road or to attack that road later. And honestly, I think these opening mistakes will end up costing the Belgian player quite a bit. Like most opening mistakes, well, most mistakes are in Carcassonne are made in the opening. And this is what we're seeing. So 71 Knives is trying to start a new city next to their monastery, and they now get a divider tile, which probably they're going to use to finish that city. Navarre now starts a new city at the same time, continuing their loop road. So that's a fairly standard use for dagger tile. Whoa, what a creative move here from the Belgian player, and also a move which I profoundly dislike, and I'll explain that soon enough. So first of all, it looks strong, like you're starting a good field with a divider tile, and this field is going to be worth like 15 points, but the problem with that move is that it's a massive strategical error, because it is against yellow's best interest for that to even be a big field, because yellow has not consolidated. Yellow is behind on meeples, and there was a chance of this yellow meeple, for example, that he just took off and took 3 points. There was a chance of this meeple being connected to this black road and this square being blocked. And then yellow would have 2 meeples blocked for the monastery and for the road, and black would have 1 meeple blocked of his own. So that was extremely risky, and I would have to say quite unnecessary. And even after this has paid off, you could see that Navarre has a temporary meeple advantage because of this little road guy, which will have to take time to continue. So you don't really want to be starting fields with a meeple disadvantage. And also, like, you don't want to be starting fields which are big and super open, because, yeah, like, Navarre is going to at some point finish his city cap, drop a farmer, connect like this, then somebody's going to finish a city cap over here, somebody's going to finish up, okay, here's what's going to happen. Somebody's going to finish up a city cap over here. This square is probably going to get blocked. Somebody's going to finish this city here. Then, as a result, a platform arises for the connection to the main field. Navarre gets something like a straight line, drops a farmer, and connect to the main field like this. And as a result, the game is super open, and the German player just exercises his skills of field play and wins like a 30-point field. It seems to be going in that direction, and it seems to me that the Belgian is helping the game go in that direction, which is not favorable for him. Now, Navarre creates a threat. Well, first of all, he adds a monastery point. He also now puts some pressure on 71 Knives, and now he needs to make a decision. Does the Belgian player go over here to protect the integrity of this road, or does he go over here to disallow Navarre finishing this city and dropping a farmer? The answer is this move, of course, because the threat of Navarre going over here and dropping farmer is too annoying, but I think yet another mistake is we're seeing that from a Belgian player, and this is what? This is the power of creating threats. Just because this square was pressured, this just allowed Navarre to finish yet another city, which would not have been possible had 71 Knives gone over here. Okay, now the Belgian player can go over here, start a new city. He decides to take 4 points, which I can also respect. But this field is getting really, really big, currently under Belgian control. But just like in Nocebo's game, I think we are about to see the power of German agriculture. Horim is asking the straight, why not to protect the monastery and steal the road? For example, yes, so this move, why not go over here and meeple this? And their answer is because there are 2 starting tiles that have already gone out. And in this situation, a 75% chance is not a good enough chance to actually justify the risk. You need 3 tiles typically. Because really, like, if you don't manage to connect to this road, you're probably losing the game. And accepting 25% of a loss this early is just too much of an equity loss. And look at this. What did I tell you like 10 moves ago? The way the game is progressing is in the direction of opening the field of the German player dropping farmer in exactly the spot I told you so. And then he's probably going to drop a farmer over here or over here. And yellow's going to be stuck with this meeple for a while. He's probably going to get it back later, but he's going to have trouble. With a short-term meeple disadvantage, which will probably enable the German to take all the fields. Whoa. That is one move. 71 Knives is trying to break the city of Navarre, which honestly is fair, because the threat of Navarre drawing this tile, finishing the city, dropping a farmer, connecting to the field was pretty big, but I wouldn't go about it like this. I think this tile should have been placed over here, rather. So now another decision for 71 Knives. Does he now go over here, trying to block the city further? But instead he goes over here, trying to connect. I don't think it is likely to work, but maybe. Let's see. It's... actually, that's pretty interesting, because I think the idea of 71 Knives is that if Navarre doesn't draw a city capital in the next move, which he doesn't, 71 Knives going to go over here, drop a farmer, and get a majority of the field, and then pressure the square, hope to block this guy, then get a city cap, then get a meeple back, and then block this guy, and then go over here, drop a farmer, and then connect to this field, and then overrun this field completely with a boatload of points. That was his plan. 71 Knives is saying one last game to decide the duel, not knowing that this is one last game to decide the entire match. Oh yes, actually, Horim, excellent point. So, in addition about that potential road steal move, it's not only the fact that you're getting 25% of a loss, it's also the fact that if you get that tile that you need, it typically comes after a bit of a wait. Navarre, with a crossroad tile, as 71 Knives manages to finally neutralize the threat of Navarre City. I actually need to make some updates. Okay, Latvia, Slovakia is still 1-1 in the third period. This game might go to overtime, just like the game between Germany and Belgium in Carcassonne. 3 points for Navarre, plus 10 on the scoreboard. 1 farmer in the main field. The field will be the defining feature of the game. And meeples will mean everything. The meeple disadvantage that 71 Knives currently experiencing could lead him to his downfall, but maybe. we don't have to go there just yet. As 71 knives, actually, I think the move for the Belgian player is counterintuitive. I think I'm not sure. But I might consider a field attack for that move, even though it's a juicy shielded triangle. Well, so we could go over here and drop a farmer, and then hope to get a straight line, curve, meeple the road, finish a 9-point monastery, connect to the field like this. So that would be the long-term plan. But maybe we can delay the field attack. Well, actually, no, I don't like delaying the field attack, just because this part is so good. Instead, I think 71 knife makes a move which instantly loses the game. The reason I think that is because this city is super hard to complete, and most importantly, like, that's not what the game is about. Like, I don't know. I don't think you can afford to be finishing cities. Because, okay, imagine, like, if you're going to finish the city, like, you're going to get, like, 16 points or so. In the meantime, Navarre will drop so many farmers that yellow just won't have any space to even equalize this farm, let alone win it. So that's why I think, yeah, this move probably reduces the chances of the Belgian player to win this game to, I don't know, like 10% maybe? But maybe. Let's try. Let's keep fighting, right? How about we go over here, score 2 points, point the city cap downwards, and try and still complete the city, and then fight for the field later. Which probably not gonna be enough, but we're gonna try. There's still some options. You know what we could do later? We could get like a 4-point tile over here. I mean, a tile that gives us 4 points for a city. And then maybe we could get a road monastery over here for 9 points. But what Navarre did now, they dropped a farmer over here. So told you it was so important. Oh, the pain. That's such a mistake. No, but that move, it's such a big mistake. Like, why not take the 2 points over here? It hurts as if being stabbed by 71 knives. Like actual knives, not the screen name. Because look at this. He even got the tile that fit over here. But instead, he took 2 points over here, allowing Navarre to score 4 more points and get 3 extra points for his little field. Oh, the pain. It looks like the Belgian player is tilting, and the chances of his national team to see the inside of the playoffs are dwindling. As the experienced 4-time world champion is now showing his strength of prioritization. This also reminds me that I need to update the score a little bit. Also, meeple the like button if you like what's going on. Okay, still 1-1 in our hockey match. So, yeah, Slovakia did equalize, and Belgium, Germany is 2-2. So, what are we having here? Navarre with a straight road decides to attack the road of 71 knives, which makes sense. But then it's a question if we actually want to even protect that road, and the answer is we definitely don't. We definitely don't. I think at 71 knives, our goal is to finish this monastery, maybe finish this city, and then try to regroup and attack the field, and just forget about this 3-point meeple. Because if this square gets blocked, this 8-point monastery is also getting blocked, and then 71 knives has a monastery which is dominating this 4-point road by black. Anyway, so the mini battles in an open positions like this, advantage in mini battles doesn't really matter. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, the mistakes. Team Belgium is going to have a really quiet and long practice session next time, I think. The reason why it's such a big mistake is because it actually helps black more than it helps yellow. Okay, so first of all, yellow sort of kind of continues his road, but if black gets a big tile or a Dorito tile, he can go over here and block this square. Okay, have a look. So imagine this square is blocked. Then this tile goes over here. Okay. Then Navarre draws the one remaining dagger, goes over here, gets 4 points for the city, gets his monster meeple back, and the road of yellow is still blocked. And who benefits? Black. So, and it is yellow who created that possibility. And also yellow is now being punished for his other series of mistakes, as Navarre takes 2 points for a road and puts a thorn into this little city, which now has only one available tile to finish it. So there's one dagger of each kind remaining. There's one of those. And okay, if 71 Knives draws a dagger here, then they finish this city. But then Navarre could draw a dagger here and then do that nasty thing that I was talking about. Yeah, it's a very, very difficult position. So maybe the plan is to YOLO. Okay, that's actually not that bad. The idea of 71 Knives is to block this square, which he just did, leaving Navarre at 4 points here, and then trying to grow his ruin at the top for more points, given there's some big tiles remaining. Could grow up to 10 points pretty easily. But again, like, mini battles are not enough. I think 71 Knives just needs to start thinking bigger features. Now, with this blocking move, the fate of this meeple is really grim. Because as 71 Knives... Oh, I was so close. So you see 71 Knives like got a good tile that can help him finish the city, but Navarre gets a city tile that gets this guy blocked. So, well, this meeple will not leave this city empty-handed. It will score 7 points at the end of the game, but it is nowhere near enough to even compensate the difference on the scoreboard, let alone the field. And that's why, like, in field games, honestly, it's not even important to build cities and monasteries and roads. You just need to build like a few cities. Just have maybe a couple meeples involved in building actual features, and everything else should be like farmers. Just make sure that all the time you have a +1 or +2 farmers majority in the main field. I know that I very often criticize overfarming in my streams, but this is simply because in many positions overfarming is not justified. But this position is not like this. This position is super open. Like, the field is everything. The meeple count is everything. And we are observing the consequences of that in real time as Navarre gets the quadruple city tile. So now, of course, he has two good options. One is to go over here and prepare the plan that I was talking about. The plan of drawing the last dagger, scoring 4 points, and then leaving this road meeple stranded. And this is exactly what the German player does. 71 Knives with a crossroads and a city cap. Not much to do except scoring 3 points. This is exactly what happens. Navarre with an 11-point lead on the scoreboard, and probably a wealth of positive emotion that accompany that lead. needs to figure out what to do. Maybe going over here, covering up an entry point into the city is an option. Maybe going over here, trying to block that square. Although I'm not really sure that we should try blocking that square. I think this move is enough of a block for Yellow's monastery that Navarre could just leave this alone and allow Yellow to take the time to untangle. Because if Yellow actually finishes his monastery, Yellow will be completing this square, and this square will let this black farmer into the joint field. But I think I've spent too big of a portion of the time lamenting all the genuine mistakes of the play with the yellow meeple. Let's actually try and think how the yellow player could win. And I think there are some options. So this is a good tile, which allows us to score 4 points. I think in the wrong place, though. I think at this point as yellow, we should have gambled and scored the 4 points over here, then hoping for the monastery to get 9 points over here, and then making sure that both sides have more meeples to work with, and maybe trying to take advantage some aspect of the geometry of the field to, I don't know, drop a farmer here and like overrun the field at the last moment. Like, this could have been our plan. Instead, 71 Knives makes a decent move. It's sort of the normal equity move, scoring 4 points and eliminating in the most unrestricted city cap, but I don't think it's just going to cut it. As Navarre gets a divider tile. Could go over here, but I don't think he will. Yeah, he just starts a new city wise. 71 Knives gets a good tile, could either go over here to break Navarre's city, or he could go over here to get 3 points for his ruin at the top. So, like, tactically, Yellow is playing great, you know, having winning mini battles, developing all the features at the top, and so on and so on. And even creating some threats, which in other positions would have been okay. It's just the nature position is such that it is field, 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 or at least it should be field, field, field. And it seems to me that only one of the two players is recognizing that fact. The Belgian player taking their time. And we get some extremely unpleasant news that make me feel negative emotion. Slovakia has scored against Latvia in the ice hockey match that will likely decide who's going to play in the quarterfinals of the Ice Hockey World Championships. This is why we can see that Latvia have removed their goalkeeper. So 90 seconds remaining in that match, and Latvia have removed their goalkeeper, changing it for a sixth meeple, sixth field meeple, dropping a sixth farmer to have a meeple majority, at least temporarily, in this hockey match, hoping to equalize. So we all hope that Latvia manages to accomplish that. Because if they don't, the quarterfinals prospect for my countrymen will not be great. In the meantime, we see that the Belgian player decided to break Navarre's city rather than expand the city of his own, and now he does get the good tile, I'm gonna say. Now, I think going over here makes sense for 4 points, hoping for this, hoping for a road monastery. But he could also go over here, hoping for some combination that frees up this monastery. Tough to recommend something. Actually, wait, now that I think about this, is his position even that bad? Okay, so we're at -9. Let's try a count. This guy is 7 points. This is 4, this is 2. So plus 1 point for the cities. We're at minus 8. 3 for the roads, 4 for the roads. So we're at minus 9. 7 points for the cities, we're at minus 2. 7 for the monastery, 7 for the monastery, that's equal. And we have 6 for the monastery, and this guy has 6 for the field. So this is really minus 2 still. Now we took 4 points, which makes it like plus 2, but then Navarre took 8 points with this monastery, 9 points with this monastery, so we're at minus 7 again at 71 knives, I believe, but actually more so because Navarre now connected to the main field, and now he has the majority of 2 versus 1. If I'm not mistaken, I kind of lost count a little bit, but I think we are down 1 point and a field. But the way we can win this is 71 knives. We should absolutely not despair. We should find something redeeming about the geometry of this field and drop farmers in such a way that do not allow Navarre to drop farmers. Not a great tile to try be doing that. But if we could somehow sneak a farmer here and sneak a farmer here, we could overrun that field. And this is exactly what we need in order to win as Belgium. What? Oh no. I'm having a lot of positive emotion as in hockey, Latvia managed to equalize in just 6 seconds. In just 6 seconds of having the artificial meeple majority on the ice. As another defenseman, Oskar Stebulskis, managed to score the second goal. And wow. This is something else. Okay, look at this. So the regulation time has ended in the hockey match. So it's 2-2 Slovakia versus Latvia, and there was going to be a 3-on-3 overtime, so 3 meeples versus 3 meeples. And Slovakia now just got a penalty for slashing. Somebody, not only in the Carcassonne world, but in the physical sports world, people have apparently having trouble controlling their emotions, which benefits Latvia. So Latvia will be starting the overtime with the power play. I am excited about this, but I presume the German players are excited about this a little bit more, as Navarre is 11 points ahead on the scoreboard and they have the main field control. So it says 2-2. We have overtime in Belgium versus Germany, and Germany has the power play on the field, and Latvia, Slovakia 2-2, and Latvia has the power play on the ice. Navarre with the monastery. Oh, look at this, look at this. The previous move, I kind of missed it, but it's a smart move by 71 Knives. It creates a platform for a field connection. I think I understand Navarre's reasoning. His idea was not only to take these 5 points for the monastery, but also to eliminate the opportunity of That's interesting. So I thought basically the idea of this move was to eliminate a field connection opportunity. And then with this move, Carl reignites the passions of his fans by introducing this idea again. Something can go over here, farmer can go over here, connect into the field. But now, as Navarre decides to spend his last 2 meeples on monasteries, maybe 71 Knives has a chance. He's dropping a farmer. Navarre does not get a blocking tile. He actually, well, the best he could do is go over here and maybe try to eat up this ruin. Ooh! Look at this, look at this. Okay, 1, 2, 3. They are 3 cow tiles on the board, so there's still one more tile that fits into that square, and Navarre could actually gamble a little bit and maybe try and accomplish a fieldless win. Basically, the idea he's gonna go over here and try to get the tile that connect all these cities, which will give him like at least 10 points. Yes, and this is exactly what he does. Excellent world champion move. 71 knives now connect to the field, and the idea of Navarre is that if he gets the tile that fits into the square, he can allow 71 knives to even drop a third farmer somewhere and overrun this field. Please don't meeple. Please don't meeple this. 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 This is wrong. Don't make mistakes. I am alarmed that the yellow player is still thinking. Maybe he's thinking that he wants to like score some points for this road, but black doesn't have any meeples. This road can be left alone. Leave it alone. Don't meeple this. Because he needs the meeple to overrun the field. The field is worth a lot of points. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 18, 7. So 21 points, 7 completed cities on the field. And but I think Navarre's plan, if he manages to draw a tile over here, because of these monasteries in his scoreboard lead, he could accomplish a fieldless win against the Belgian player. So overtime has started in Slovakia versus Latvia. Latvia will be having the power play in ice hockey. And look at this. Navarre decided to make a move that prevents 71 knives from dropping a farmer here. And that's smart. And I think this actually might have won him the game, because look at this. 71 knives. Had Navarre gone elsewhere, right? 71 knives could have placed this tile over here, dropped a farmer here, hoping for the one remaining vanilla city cap to connect to the field like this. But now this won't be possible, so he will need to do something else. Presumably just adding points to his city. I'm baffled why he wouldn't turn this the other way, but it does not really doesn't matter that much. And so Navarre plays way too quickly, as 71 knives might have a chance to win this. No. Is that really the strongest move? Were there really no ways to attack the field? Because I don't think 71 knives can win without the field, or did I miscount some points? He does have a sizable ruin over here, but 7 extra points on the scoreboard. 71 knives has a 6-point road, which sort of compensates this monastery, but I'm not sure he'll be able to win. Okay, so 71 knives now will probably go here, pick up a bit of a ruin piece or something like this. Navarre doesn't really get much except this move. I don't think it's going to be enough for the Belgian player. I'm surprised why he didn't try to attack the field. I'm not sure if there were many good field attacking spots, but maybe at least there was a way to try and find them. Oh, I forgot about the city. Actually, this could be enough. Maybe this could be enough. Let's see. It's gonna be closer than I thought. No. Oh, that did not just happen. A 2-point win. A 2-point win for Navarre. What a game. So it turns out that actually 71 knives was pretty close. But Navarre, with just cold-blooded fashion, dropping his last 2 meeples on monasteries and then protecting the field from attacks, turned out to be enough to give Ralf Kvefoot the win in this duel and Germany the win over Belgium in this match, and maybe some chances to qualify for the playoffs. Still, it's going to be slim because of the tiebreakers. Germany needed a bigger win, like 4-1 or 5-0 for confidence. But depending on the results of some other matches, Germany might still have a chance. But speaking of other matches, we were going to watch Chile versus Hungary, but this match was just so important to follow that there wasn't really time. So Navarre is saying probably we're both out of the tournament, so 3-2 does not give a good enough tiebreaker. We're going to sort that out at the end of the stream. It's not that important. Most important is ice hockey, but... So Latvia failed to convert on the power play at the start of the overtime. And then Latvia and Slovakia got both penalties. So, but now the Slovakia got a penalty for tripping, so which means that Latvia is again on the power play, and they still have almost 2 minutes to try and convert the power play and win this game and qualify for the playoffs. But speaking of qualifying for the playoffs, it is something that Hungary and Chile will be trying to do very, very soon. Just right after I update the scoreboard. Okay, I won't have time to change the scoreboard for Chile. I'll just read out loud the pairings for you a little bit later. Or maybe I will have time, but we have to watch the actual games first. So, Germany. Yeah, so just a quick situation here. Chile against Hungary is happening right now. So whoever wins this game will take the second place in Group A, which will guarantee them qualification. But the third place could or could not qualify, depends on how heavy the loss is. So this game is pretty, well, it's actually super important for both teams. So let me just have a quick look at the scoreboard here. Siegfried versus Adam Las Heras. So probably the strongest matchup is what we're going to watch in Chile versus Hungary. It has started a while ago. So what am I having here? It is the Chilean player who won the first game against Siegfried. Both players rated really high. Adam Las Heras, very interesting rating of 666 and 0 point on the scoreboard in the second game. So we might be seeing a decider in that one. As Siegfried has 24 points on the scoreboard, a master rating of 704, and 4 bright red meeples next to his avatar. And Adam Las Heras has finally gotten the meeple back, but I think he could have gone even greedier. The move which I like for Adam Las Heras in this position, if he had placed this tile over here, he could have finished the road and threatened finishing an even larger city. But the Chilean player decided to play it safe and finish the highest scoring feature first. So what are we having on the board? Siegfried, 7-point blocked monastery. Both players have a 1-point city pointed in safe directions. Adam Las Heras has a 4-point road pointed safely to the left, and also a 3-point road pointing very not safely to above, because the quadruple road tile, the one and only quadruple road tile in the deck, has already gone out. And if Siegfried gets a city with a road tile, he's going to put it over here and make sure that nothing fits into that square, which is why, as Adam Las Heras, I really like the move with the patience of placing this tile over here like this with a city cap like that, hoping for a Dorito tile later. But this is not what happened in the game. Another thing that we have here is 2 yellow farmers eyeing the main 12-point field in the center versus just 1 farmer by Siegfried. It's not a source of major concern for the Hungarian player, as there's always an opportunity to drop a farmer here and reconnect to this field, or even here and try to reconnect to the field like this through a crossroads. But I think that maybe if Adán László goes here, then he will make it harder, much harder for Siegfried to enter this field. But on the other hand, if Siegfried goes over here and makes sure that this meeple stays here with just 3 points, he will be just content with yellow enjoying a 12-point field because of Siegfried's scoreboard lead and the slight advantage of his blocked monastery compared to the possibly blocked road by Adán László. 2 quick points for Siegfried. Adán László with a curvy tile which he needs in 5 different places. He needs to go over here to connect to the field before it's blocked. He needed over here to protect this little meeple. Of course, he needs to turn it like with the city side down so that there's still 3 tiles remaining to fit into the square. He needs it over here to add to his city. He needs it over here to add to his other city. And most importantly, he needs it over here to connect to this city to prevent Siegfried from completing an 8-point city on the left. He goes for the protection move, but you see, that's the problem of having vulnerable meeples. It's not that they get blocked. It's that you're forced to be protecting them and then you just are too busy to do other stuff. Because Adán László chose to prioritize this square, and you can't blame them for that. It was a dangerous spot. Siegfried had just enough time to score 8 points for this city before the Chilean player had the chance to attack it. So that is the power of the partial blocks, and that is why 10 minutes earlier when I started talking about this, I said that with this move, Adán László is making life a little bit difficult for himself. Siegfried now drops a farmer trying to connect into this field, and now Adán László probably doesn't even want to finish that road because he'll get a meeple back and 2 points for the road, or maybe 5 points for the city, but he will be letting Siegfried into the main field. Strong farmer by the Hungarian, making it so that it's kind of it's not even clear for whom this tile benefits. Siegfried with the city tile. He's probably going to think whether it's worth meepling this city. Actually, I think it is. It's a super sneak. Oh, I'm loving that move. I really want him to play this because the idea is that it creates a threat of possibly completing this city in the future. But if that city is not completed, it's going to score a sizable number of points. It is also going to require a significant chunk of Adán László's attention span, and which is why Siegfried goes for it, and I'm loving this. The Chilean player continues his city at the bottom. Siegfried now decides what to do with this city tile, and that's interesting. I mean, we can always go for 2 points here, 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 but a move like this is actually not the worst. Trying to break Adán László's city, the point of it being that the Chilean person has only 1 meeple, and it's really annoying to delay the retrieval of their meeples, and which is why the Hungarian player plays this move, and I actually quite like this. So the point is that Yellow now cannot continue his city over here because this will instantly create a blocking platform from here against this square, and then this meeple will be trapped. So this means that first of all, Yellow will need to draw a tile over here, which will, but if that happens, Siegfried will still be able to either block or attack and equalize this city from the right later on. But the trouble's not yet been fully enumerated, as I need to mention that the number of tiles that fit into the square is way smaller than you might think it is, because look at this, 4 of the 5 Dorito triangles that fit into that square have already gone out. So, Siegfried, 53 seconds remaining on the clock. Actually, this makes me think that maybe I'm going to have enough time to update the scoreboard if these guys are going to play at this tempo. Wait. Hockey, that's way more important. Okay, so Latvia did not manage to score, and neither did Slovakia. So the overtime has ended, and the players are playing a penalty shootout. Oof. Neither of the players. Okay, so it's appeared to be completely tied, and in just a few seconds we'll find out who won in Latvia against Slovakia. I can't watch this. This will decide the fate of both teams, whether they're going to make it to the playoffs of the World Ice Hockey Championship, which is important to me for some reason. And in about half an hour, or maybe more, we're going to find out whether any of these players are going to make it to the playoffs. Nice move from Siegfried, trying to connect to Adam's road. I would have probably played 3 points, but certainly it makes sense to try and take advantage from all of those quick points, from all of those road points. Oh, and of course, creating a blocking platform against this city. So that's a very, very nice move from Siegfried, because it's multi-purpose move. He actually might go over here, blocking this meeple completely. I'm not sure if spending such a good tile on such a block is worth it. Instead, he decides to score 2 points for a monastery. And now, Adam Laceras has a decision to make. Does he want to go over here and finish his city at the bottom and start a new one and play the standard equity move? Or does he want to go over here and have a chance of finishing this city? Or maybe going over here to have a chance of finishing this city? That's interesting. So he really wants to draw one of the two vanilla city caps or the divider to try and finish the city, maybe even drop a farmer. And I think his idea is that there are only there are only 2 straight lines remaining. So there are actually very few blocking tiles that Siegfried can use. Honestly, very strong move from Adam Laceras. I really like it. So 2 straight lines that go into this square, potentially. And even if he finds a straight line, you know, an attempt to finish the city doesn't really cost that much. But before that, Siegfried finishes their shared road and drops a farmer in anticipation. For example, if Adam manages to get a city cap tile, then this field will become important, but he will not do that because Siegfried gets the row tile and he blocks the square. And this meeple will be trapped with just 4 points. I still kind of like the attempt though. It was a good chance. And it's not such a disaster for Adan because, well, this guy is also trapped at 3 points. Yeah, lots of green squares, but just simply not enough time to develop this. And this move by the Chilean player, I'm loving this so much. 7-point monastery and a chance to actually complete this. Look at this. He's going to get a curve and meeple this 5-point road and maybe even complete this road. And then he's going to get a monastery, an 8-point monastery, and get this 9-point monastery back. And then he can even win without trying to conquer the main field of 12 points. He can just finish this city, and enjoy life and Chilean sunshine or whatever weather is right now in the southern hemisphere. Probably not too warm if you're in the south of the southern hemisphere, but I'm not sure. And we get, thank you Napalm, we get the massively exciting news that Latvia has defeated Slovakia in a penalty shootout after coming back in the final minutes of the regulation time to make it to overtime. And in the penalty shootout, Dans Luečmelis has scored against the Slovak goalkeeper, and Kristers Gudlevskis has saved the shot from the Slovak goalkeeper, which means that Latvia, for the second year in a row, is going to the playoffs of the Ice Hockey World Championship, which matters a lot to me and should matter a lot to my viewers. Wait, how could I? Whew. I am joyful right now, quite a lot. But back to this game. So what happened here? Adan Las Eras is having trouble connecting to the main field as Siegfried blocked him. But was that a complete block? I don't think so. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Still one crossroads remaining over here. Yeah, that's such a strong move here from Siegfried. He could actually go over here and block this completely. I would probably do that. Or he could go over here and just continue the threat of finishing this city. I like either move. I'm pretty sure that it's a question of prioritization. It's an important decision. It's an important decision indeed. 52 seconds, and he's gonna come up with a decision soon enough. Okay, so Siegfried chose to play it safely and eliminate the connection of this yellow meeple to the field completely. Can't blame him at all. And also Siegfried finished an 8-point city of his own in this little 3-point field, which has now become a 6-point field. Oh, and look at this. Adan Lasset is trying to attack this ruin/city. Which is a sensible move. I just don't like that it took him so quickly. No, actually maybe there was a different path for victory. Maybe he could have gone over here, meepled the farm, try to get some city caps, and then connect to this field, then get a monastery, then get this road meeple back, and then try to simply overrun this small field, hoping to develop the small field to a size of 12 points, which would compensate this field in the center. But you know, a lot of things could happen. Let's think what Siegfried can do with this curve. Decides to simply add 1 point to his monastery. Adan can next to the city up top, so that sort of cancels itself out. And now the Chilean player is in a situation where he has an 8-point monastery, and so does Siegfried. He's 12 points down on the scoreboard. He has a 4-point ruin, 3-point field, that's 7 points. Then he has a 5-point road, that's 12, which compensates for the scoreboard deficit. The only problem is that red has 6 points for the field here, 12 points for the field here, and an extra meeple. So yellow is down 18 points in a meeple. But believe it or not, he can still win. The idea, well, is that we needed to get a good tile right now, but if he gets a road monastery soon enough, it's going to give him 9 points, 8 for this monastery plus 1 point for that monastery. If he's going to go over here, it's going to give him a meeple, and then we can use that meeple to, I don't know, create some magic on the field. But as we get this monastery tile, which would have been a good tile if it had multiple meeples to use it. Ooh, I actually like this move. So the idea of Adan Laceres is to draw 6 points and then just pray on getting a road den to get himself a meeple back. But it is not going to happen, as Siegfried could actually seal the fate of this game. Well, actually, I think this game has already been sealed because Adan Laceres is not going to find the tile that goes over here. Siegfried is going to go over here and maybe block this guy. It's a bit flashy, but probably the most precise way to do this. But I mean, you could do many things. You could meeple a monastery, you could meeple a monastery, you could, I don't know, meeple a monastery. You could take a 3-point road, you could do all kinds of things. Siegfried goes for meepling the monastery. Adan Laceres continues his road. Siegfried gets double city caps, which really belong over here because it messes with yellow so much. Okay, check this out. We go over here, we create the threat of completing an 8-point city in our field, and we eliminate the opportunity of Adan Laceres finishing this road using the one and only remaining barbed wire tile. Certainly move worth considering. Thank you, KK Spam, for understanding the priorities, for understanding how happy I am right now. I appreciate the congratulations. As Siegfried's thinking, I'm going to take a couple of minutes trying to actually finally update the scoreboard to the Chilean and Hungarian pairings. As Adan Las... Okay, so Siegfried just chose to drop the city cap elsewhere near his field. Adan Laceres gets a tile which does not give him a meeple back. Maybe he's going to get 1 road point or something. So yeah, Siegfried scores quick points for a city, and Siegfried also draws the road tile, the road end tile that Adan Laceres needed so badly to get a meeple back. And he has a wealth of options now. He goes obviously for the highest scoring move to get himself 6 points for ruin, and the poor Chilean player doesn't even have a productive use for this city tile at all. And as the points are counted, I'm not sure what the difference is, but Siegfried will win this game and will equalize this duel, and we are headed for a decider between Adán Láceres and József Tihon of Hungary. Plus 25, confident win for the Chilean player, but I will finally show you the pairings, which are over, whoops, that is very, very, very wrong. These are very much not the pairings. These are the pairings. Oh, and of course I forgot to change the actual score. So no, Hungary has not won this match just yet, but let us check out some other tables. See what's going on right there. And then I presume Siegfried will be playing for a long, long time and will be able to come back to them. Claudia Jorquera of Chile has already won 2 against 0 versus Cinderella 23. That was to be predicted, as Claudia is the strongest player, according to my belief, on the Chilean lineup. So, but Ruben Kosic of Hungary has has actually lost twice against NKO and didn't even bother waiting until the end of the match, as probably so sad about his loss that, look at this, immediately he just started playing Arena or something just to get back. Oh, what a painful loss in a high-scoring game, just a 1 point difference against the Chilean player. So Chile's already up 2-0. Which makes it less likely that we might be hearing the Hungarian anthem at the end of this game, but who knows? Wait, what is that? I was trying to find... Okay, let me just try find that other player on table 3. I don't like when players put a lot of numbers on their screen name. It's, I don't know, looks a bit impersonal. Okay. So the Hungarian player has won twice against WDE. And of course, like, the Chilean player doesn't even bother waiting until the end of the match, starts playing Arena. Yeah, I think maybe Siegfried is the only one who's left playing, so we'll come back to them in a second. Okay, so Hungary still has some chances. And how's Tito? And Tito has won 2 versus 1 against Robil of Hungary, which means that Chile has won this match. So we need to congratulate the Chilean players, but there is, as expected, Siegfried taking his time, being the last one to play. The decider between Siegfried and Adán Láceres will not decide the fate of the match, but it could help Hungary with tiebreakers, because I believe there's still a chance that Hungary qualifies to the playoffs despite losing this match. We're going to look at this a little bit later. So, Siegfried is playing the decider, the only one playing. And I don't know. I think it says something about the team spirits. Like, if your teammates can't wait until the end of the match, like if they don't even watch you playing, I kind of think it's a bit disrespectful to like the part of the team which is actually playing. I think that Carcassonne teams which actually get strong results in the tournaments, they support each other by at the very least watching each other's games. Well, anyway, it doesn't matter. They can do what they want. We're gonna watch this. And Siegfried gets 6 points for this city. A small city. Adanaceres was trying to attack that city, but it didn't work out because Siegfried finished it. And now he's trying to break that city. The Chilean player used a crossroad tile to drop a farmer, which honestly is just an opening mistake, because it's a bit of a waste of a crossroad if you ask me, but it ended up working out because he managed to get himself a road tile before the Hungarian player did. Me playing a 3-point road. I presume now that Josef is going to proceed with his blocking plans, with tempo starting a 2-point road. But the Chilean does draw a curve which he can use for defense. There are still 4 city caps that fit into that square. Surely one of them is very likely to be found by the player with the yellow meeples. So that is looking good for Chile. Siegfried now has a choice whether to start a new city over here or over here. Both options are pretty good, but he goes for something more creative, and there's merit to this. So he adds 1 point to Adan's road, which looks counterintuitive. But his idea is to limit the size of Adan's field. I don't think it actually works in this particular position, but the idea of adding a point to your opponent's feature, a particular road, to make it harder to develop their own field is a very good opening idea, which sometimes works if the opponent has invested a farmer too early, which they absolutely have. The reason I'm not quite sure it's going to work there because it's maybe too early in the opening, and like Adan Laceras really doesn't have to develop this field much in order to justify it. If he just scores 4 points for the city, he's going to be good. Or maybe he could draw a road monastery over here or over here. So I think maybe adding 1 extra point to Siegfried is not, to Adan Laceras was not worth it. I would have just placed this tile over here, continuing with city. And as you see, I mean, Siegfried is also like continuing with the plan. It's very nice meeple over here. Not only connecting to Adan's city, which could have turned into an 8-point city like this, but the idea is also to keep restricting the field and restricting the field, and maybe he was hoping to get a curve and turn it like this, which is would have been pretty painful, but it's just, yeah, look at this, it just doesn't work, right? It's just too early in the opening, and there was this green square anyway where a yellow could have built his cities and so on and so on. Vamos Chile saying Manarori. I don't think after Chile has won, I don't think the tiebreakers matter to them that much. It says the tiebreakers greatly matter to Romania. Like, this one game could actually decide whether Hungary, sorry I said Romania, whether Hungary is going to qualify to the playoffs or not. I'm not sure how the other results are from today. Also, do let me know, Manarori, so how did Mexico play against Argentina? Because this could influence the fate of Belgium and Germany? Wait, or is that a different group? I'm getting confused. Does it matter? Yes, of course, not Belgium and Germany. Oh yeah, Poland. No, it could actually influence the fates of Japan, not the fate of Poland. Anyway. Back to this. The Hungarian players taking their time with the monastery. As they should. They don't really have a good spot for it. I mean, this spot makes sense. But this would restrict their own city in an undesirable fashion, which is why they choose to go over here, next to their own road, which is probably the best spot. Even though there are multiple 4-point spots available, the 3-point spot is the one which makes the most positional sense because it covers a road end. And actually covering a road end prevents your opponent from taking 2 quick points, whereas Siegfried can take 2 quick points over here or simply use a crossroads to finish his road. So this move is way smarter than one might think. Aden gets 4 city points, and he's now 11 points on the scoreboard, plus 5 on the scoreboard. Nice farmer, which looked initially questionable but ended up growing. This small holder is en route to becoming an agricultural corporation. Strong move by the Chilean player, trying to connect to the city in such a way that impedes the development of Red's monastery. So actually, Yellow doesn't even have to do anything. At some point, Red will need to decide whether Red wants to go over here and sacrifice the points of this part of the city just to get his monastery meeple back. Or if not, then Aden is perfectly happy to just sit around here with 1 point, whilst 2 of Siegfried's meeples are tied up. And then maybe at the end of the game he can go over here and equalize the city. So this move is way more annoying than one might think, because also all these squares next to Green's monastery are completely free for use. Aden is starting a new city up top, which is interesting. He doesn't want to attack this shared city, which I can understand. Siegfried, with the starting tile, decides to add 1 more point to his monastery and drop a city cap next to his monastery and continue his road at the same time, and also protect himself from a block. And also, potentially, like as a master player, you should start seeing road patterns. So try to, if you're an aspiring Carcassonne player, maybe think for a few seconds, what is the most desirable road pattern that this road could turn into? And the answer is that way more often than you might think, Red can go over here, over here, over here, over here, and with just 4 extra tiles, turn his 3-point road into an 11-point road. So this would be almost like building a city. But that's not all. He could go over here, over here. He could go over here, drop a farmer, and use the straight line to connect to the main field. So unless the Chilean player does something about this, eventually this is where this is going. Like, it's not that likely because like this square is somewhat vulnerable and this square is, like a little bit vulnerable, and it's possible that these roads will never connect over here. But as for long-term planning, especially if you're planning, for mid-term planning, if you're planning how you're going to use future tiles, it's important to see patterns like this, and some road development patterns and city development patterns could seem a bit wishy-washy and ambitious, but they work out more often than one might think. Remember earlier this game in Craft Giraffe versus Nocebo, second game, Belgium versus Germany, Nocebo built this 28-point city complete out of nowhere, which honestly looked like complete garbage at the start, but that's because he saw the pattern of how this city could be developed in the future with efficient building. Siegfried, I think, missing out a little bit with that move. It's certainly not the most productive use of this tile, if you ask me. So there were several options. Actually, I'll be strongly critical of this move. It's a 0-point move, essentially, because this city will be eventually shared, well, in all likelihood. So here's what Siegfried could have done. He could have gone over here, continuing building this road pattern, or if he doesn't want this road pattern, at least he could have gone over here and started a loop road like this. Or maybe going over here, starting a loop road like this, and at the same time harassing Aden City a little bit. Now, of course, he gets 4 points for the city. He continues his monastery. So he has all the good stuff going for him. And now, oh, by the way, like, imagine if this tile were over here. Then Siegfried could have gone already over here. And this would have created a serious threat of getting a curve and completing an 11-point road. Which is a good road, if you ask me. Siegfried with a straight line tile. Probably going over here or over here, preparing a monastery spot. At least this is what I would expect. I would not go over here because actually I think this road can, like, this pattern can still exist. I don't want to get married to that pattern because now I see that as more and more straight lines are drawn, there are actually only 2 straight lines remaining. So this is not as likely to happen as I thought before. So maybe even going here is not such a bad idea, but I probably prefer this or this. Maybe this, actually, just to prepare that monastery spot. Going over here is also not the worst move, but I think having 2 roads open is a bit much. Going over here is an option too, trying to start restricting the city. So the Chilean player is getting a monastery, which Siegfried wanted, but Siegfried instead just got himself a very nice monastery tile. Also, imagine if this tile were over here and this tile were over here. Now Siegfried would have gone over here, all but securing his 11-point road. It is, like when you just start out Carcassonne, you learn the rules of the game, and you don't even play competitively, you don't even play 2-player. The appeal of the game is that you get a dopamine hit from completing pretty features on the map, so that everything fits so well and it's so satisfying. And then you start competing player, and then you get slightly better, and then you start blocking it, then you like make all these holes in the map, and everything looks so ugly, but you get pleasure of that from that because it looks so ugly. But then when you become a master player, then it's back to pretty patterns again, because then you get the realization that pretty patterns score a lot of points. Siegfried now just simply trying to get his monastery finished, which I can understand. So before this move, the traditional idea is, of course, to go like this. Not like this, just to finish this monastery with another monastery. But because Adan drew another monastery, the number of monasteries remaining in the deck just became smaller. And so Siegfried figured it would just be better to finish this monastery as soon as possible. So now it's a choice between getting 2 points over here. Oh, actually, why don't we just get 3 points over here? Okay, so Siegfried decided he wants to get 2 points next to a monastery, finish the monastery, and then maybe still do something else with this road. So that is his priority, which makes sense. Actually, there's another road pattern like this with lots of curves. Honestly, not the worst idea too. There's still a big number of curves remaining. Well, actually, the problem with this road pattern is that the problem with this road pattern is that it would expand the field of Adan Naseras by too much, just adding an endless number of green squares to build cities on. Whereas, like, with this move, actually, Adan shot himself in the foot a little bit because, yeah, he's building this monastery, but how is he gonna develop this field? So it looked like the initial idea of Siegfried of trying to play against an early farmer, play the restriction game, is paying off at the moment. What else are we seeing? Adan made an interesting move. Instead of scoring 3 points over here, or even better over here, he's now starting to block this square, hoping to build up a ruin for himself. Okay, yeah, build up a ruin for himself, maybe get a quadruple city tile, block this square, and block 2 meeples of red. Siegfried just conservatively finished this road over here, decided not to go over here, not to go for this road pattern, not to go over here, and not to go for this road pattern, but just get out of harm's way and get some meeples on the board. Adan added himself a monastery point, which he can actually free up that monastery if he so chooses, and this is exactly what he chooses. 9 points go to Adan's scoreboard. This monastery equals this monastery, sort of, kind of. Siegfried can probably go over here, connect the 2 cities, just to finish his monastery, but that's kind of dangerous because it creates a connection spot to the city. Adan could get another city cap and then overrun this city. Conquer it with a 2 versus 1 meeple majority, since there are still 3 Dorito tiles remaining with which it is possible to do that effectively. I might do this anyway. Or not. Maybe we can wait a little bit later, because there's still more tiles that fit into this. There's still more tiles that fit into that square. Maybe going over here and messing with Yellow City could be a bit more productive. It's a question of prioritization too. Even going over here is not the silliest move, trying to play against this monastery, but I really think the choices between this, and Siegfried very often prioritizes blocking. In this case, I completely agree with him, because Adan did get a city cap, which would have fit over here and given him 4 points and a meeple back. But now, if you are the Chilean player, you get the perfect tile to finally try to build up your field. You go over here, you meeple the city cap, you still have 2 monasteries with which you can finish your monastery, meeple another monastery, or if you really run out of monasteries, like after going over here, you can put a city cap over here like this and get that meeple back. But the most important idea is, of course, expanding this field and then going over here and then finishing the city cap and then developing this field further. But he chooses to do so in a different way, and this is pretty interesting. I think the main reason why he chose not to do that is because it creates an extra vulnerability for this square. Not something that I would particularly worried about as the Chilean player, but the idea of Adan is to draw a starting tile or something similar to this that would give him 4 points over here and 3 points for the field, of course. And this move has the added benefit of securing this field from attack, whereas if you go over here, it sort of opens up the field, because as you, let's say, you start a city and then you complete a city over here, and you're kind of forced to drop a farmer if you want to preserve the majority on this field. And maybe this is something that the Brazilian player, the Chilean player wanted to avoid. I think it's not a problem. I would have done it. But Adan might not think that. You see, because now there's a dilemma, right? The highest point scoring move is going over here and scoring 3 points for this road. But if you do that, then you mess with the city cap, and then you don't have the chance of turning that city cap into a 7-point move with a 4-point city and 3-point field move. So maybe as Adan, you just go over here and trying to build up that city. But if you go over here and try to build up that city, then you rob yourself of the idea of getting a divider and creating and just getting a smaller 4-point city for yourself. So that's why Adan simply scores 3 points for a city, for a road, preserving the idea of getting a splitter tile and getting 4 points over here. But the problem is then what's the city cap is about. It's sort of a waste of a move. Somebody, if there's anybody from Mexico and Argentina in the chat, could you let me know who won? I am shocked by this move of Siegfried. I cannot explain this move with anything in the world. Let me think about this. So the move that we just saw is the play with the red meeples. After a substantial deliberation, decided to drop a farmer, which is not a problem, except that it is a 3-point farmer with really not that much potential. Yeah, I mean, there's the idea of finishing this city, which will turn this into a 6-point farm, but then what? And what if the city gets blocked? Then if the city gets blocked, then this farmer is sort of kind of useless. And if we are into 3-point farms, why not start this 3-point farm? Or why not just drop a farmer after completing this city? It seems to me that maybe the Hungarian player just wasn't quite sure what to do with this tile and decided that he just needs to do something. Or maybe it's the time pressure, of course. 13 seconds remaining for the Hungarian, and this is what was the problem. Thank you, Wisemate, for confirming that Argentina won 3-2 versus Mexico, and Mexico advances to the playoffs. And Argentina also, no, wait, I don't think Argentina advances. So Siegfried so far actually is doing just fine, because this farmer sort of kind of justifies itself. But then it was also not super urgent, because look at this. Somebody, first of all, it's only 6 points. Yes, it has some potential, but somebody can drop a farmer here, or a farmer here, or a farmer here. There's just so many ways to connect to this farm. Ooh. Adan gets tiles to develop this city, but maybe gets a little bit impatient as Siegfried, of course, will not allow Aden to complete the city. This brick is being placed next to this hole, which is almost unfillable because there's only one Dorito triangle tile remaining that fits into here, and there's only one triple city with a road that fits here. But if Aden gets the triple city with a road, he can actually go over here and eat up these city points and create a big ruin. So the Hungarian must watch out. Aden uses the one green square in his field to develop it and start a new city. And Siegfried can't really do much about it. Well, and a logical move is to go over here and develop his field above. And then maybe Aden will try and get a road tile or a city tile, a road tile and a city tile, road tile to finish his monastery, city tile to finish his city, and maybe even drop a farmer. Not something that Siegfried can prevent immediately, but if you can't mess with your opponent, just do stuff of your own. The same works the opposite way. Whoa, wow! Siegfried is playing not like himself, and he's playing in a way I don't like. Well, actually, maybe I need to think about this. So the idea behind this move is to build 2 adjacent farms and get some city caps and some city caps and have a 9-point field over here and 9-point field over here, and to have 2 fields which total 18 points. The problem is that there's no tile that fits into the square. Well, there was one. There was this divider city cap, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all the vanilla city caps that would have fit over here, they're gone. There's one, and there aren't even Dorito tiles to go over here. So I have to say I'm strongly critical of this move. So I would like this move if there were some city caps. Well, there was one, but it doesn't seem to be enough to justify it. But maybe the Hungarian player decides that a 6-point field and a second 6-point field is enough to hold on to the win. But is it even a win anymore? Because he's ahead 3 points. And Aden has 9 points over here. Whereas, yeah, I'm very, very curious about some of the decisions that the Hungarian player is making. Not only because some of them look like mistakes, but simply because this doesn't quite check out with the usual playing style of the Hungarian player. But let's see where this leads us, as Aden gets 1 more city cap and 4 points for his field, and he has now 12 points on the main field, and Siegfried now has, well, at least an option to score 4 points and get 3 points for the field, so that's something. Yeah, maybe these farmers could come in a bit handy, but I am... Okay, Siegfried chooses to use a city cap for field attack. Maybe he decides that this attack is time sensitive, because I guess Aden could have dropped a second farmer. But then Siegfriid is at a meeple shortage, and okay, so he's gonna go over here at some point with the city cap. If there is one, I do believe there are a few. But then whoever goes over here with a city cap will create a field attacking platform through here. Oh, but I don't think it was actually possible to join. Yeah. It wasn't actually possible to use that square for connection. But you know what? No. I think it's still, it was kind of better to go over here, because let's say if Aden were to actually go over here and drop a farmer, then Siegfried could have connected the two farms and make sure that Aden has 12 points for 2 meeples, same as Siegfried has 12 points for 2 meeples. So I don't know. Now Aden also makes it harder for Siegfried to connect into the field. Maybe even impossible. No, it's not impossible, because there's at least one of these guys, one of the barbed wire tiles, that could give him 3 points for the road and a field connection, so that would be a plus 1 9-point move. And there's one dagger tile remaining as well, maybe to use over here to score 4 quick points and 3 points for the field, which is sort of the original plan. This so far looks very good for Chile. But let's see where this leads us, as Siegfried is thinking where to place this curvy tile, as Adan Laceras gets a very important starting tile, which Siegfried would have loved over here, but instead it is the Chilean player who's probably going to go over here and just score 4 points for the city. Could go over here and try create the threat of completing that city. That's unnecessary. You could actually also go over here, scoring 4 points for this city too. That would be a net +1 move, because he would be adding 3 points to Siegfried's field, but the idea of cleaning off a city cap in your opponent's field is an appealing one and might be worth executing. 2 minutes to make that decision. And the Chilean player does indeed choose to score 4 points. And this is smart, because look at this. Siegfried had just the right tile to try and score these points. So what does the Hungarian do instead? I mean, presumably just going over here and setting up another 7-point move. We just need to be correct with the direction of the tile. And it seems to me that this is in fact correct, because there's a dagger tile which goes here, or a dagger tile which goes here. So both of them are possible. And if Aden goes over here to block this, then Siegfried can go a dagger and go over here. So this idea still might work out. I mean, technically Siegfried has like 18 more points. Okay, I think at this point, just like the players, we should start counting the points. So let's see. -7 on the scoreboard. For the cities, this guy has 5, and this guy has 3 plus 5. So that's 3 extra, right? So 10 points down. Monasteries cancel each other out. This cancel each other out. Aden has a 12-point field, and Siegfried has 3 6-point fields for a total of 18 points. So 4 points is the difference, which is not a lot if you forget about the fact that the Chilean player has an extra meeple at his disposal. However, some ways of dealing with that for Siegfried could be connected to drawing some key tiles. Well, first of all, he could, at the last move, for example, he could draw the last remaining dagger, go over here, meeple a 6-point field, and add a city cap into this city, which would be a total of net plus 9 points. And even that might be enough. His second route to victory is simply drawing this tile. He could go over here, take a 3-point road, connect to the field, so equalize his 6-point field with a 9-point field of his opponent, and that would be a net 9-point move, which would put him into the lead plus 5 without having to invest a meeple, which is why Adel Naseres decides to drop a farmer. And an all-important farmer, I have to say. So now 7 points is the difference, and there's no difference in meeples. Okay, 2 extra points for this guy, but look at this. 3 extra points for Aden as he connects over here to this 6-point field. That was a great sequence by the Chilean player, recognizing that there was still a curve remaining just to create the threat of connection to a 6-point field. So Siegfried does draw a key tile, and he needs to think whether to go over here and score 7 points, or to go over here and to score 9 points. And the answer, I believe, is to go over here, because why wouldn't you want to score 9 points? 7, 5, 8. Actually, this would put him at plus 1. Oh, so he chooses to score 7 points instead. That is interesting. But why? Why not take the extra point? Maybe there's something about this positioning that I'm not aware of. Actually, I think I know what the idea is. Maybe he didn't want Adel Naseres to draw the tile that fits over here that would allow him to score 6 points. Because, yeah, there is a dagger tile remaining that fits into this square. But now that I think about this, the route for Siegfried to winning is to draw this tile anyway, over here. Or maybe that's why he decided that it doesn't matter. This is actually really, really interesting. Let me think about this. So Siegfried is down 1 point. Siegfried is down 1 point, right? He chose to be down 1 point instead of going up 1 point. Now down 2 points, and Siegfried gets the key tile. But here's the problem. Okay, he's now going to go over here. He's going to score 7 points, presumably. Or actually, no. He could just go. He could score 9 points straight up, and I think that will be enough to win. No? He got his key tile that goes over here. And it will put him at plus 7, and there is no way how Adel Naseres can make 7 points. So I believe that should be it. I mean, an option is just to take 4 points over here, which will put him at plus 2. I'm not sure if that guarantees the win or not, because I don't know the last 2 tiles. I think there's a triple city with a road, if I'm not mistaken, and then there's something else. Well, there's the big tile, for sure, the quadruple city tile. Yes. And Aden can't do much. Wow. Poor Aden. It's a very, very interesting strategy by Siegfried, which ended up paying off. I'll have to reanalyze this game again, because it's just so so unusual the way the way these farmers barricaded from each other, like these field fights, 2 moves to tied to a 6-point field, this initial 3-point farmer, like it's so unusual. Nothing about that is usual. Yeah, also a bit of unfortunate tile run out for Aden, because so this guy like took a 6-point field, then made this move, so he was at +7 as a result. At the very least, if Aden were to draw this move on his last tile, he would actually tie the game, because he would score 4 points for the road and 3 points for the city. But instead, he was able to score only 3 points for this road. So I believe we have witnessed the coin flip situation. So had Aden drawn this tile, I think Aden would have tied the game. I could be wrong, but we will see soon. So if I'm not mistaken, the difference should be 4 points. In favor of the Hungarian player. And this is exactly what we're experiencing. What a game. What a game. So we congratulate Siegfried for getting the second tiebreaker point for Hungary. I'm not sure if Hungary qualifies for the playoffs. Maybe my viewers know it better than me. I would be... But, I mean, we're going to go through all the, like, tournament tables soon enough. But before we go through the tournament tables, we need to congratulate all the winning teams. So Siegfried, what a game, what a game. What am I doing? Okay, so let's just look at the position again. Yeah, so if Aden were to take this tile, were to draw this tile, he would have put it over here for 4-point road, 3 points for the city. That would be net +7. Then the game would have been tied, and Aden would have been declared the winner because Siegfried was the first player. So that was a coin flip. So that's certainly a very favorable outcome for Hungary. A very extravagant way to win the game, but it worked. And most importantly, hockey, Latvia won against Slovakia, super happy. Germany won against Belgium 3-2. Poland won against Lithuania 4-1. We will find out what that means to the tournament table soon enough. But first of all... Oh, thank you for confirming. So Romania and Germany are apparently the ones who don't qualify, which means that Poland obviously qualifies because they won, but Hungary does qualify because of their tiebreaker. So maybe that last game mattered. We will have to have a look, and Mexico should probably also qualify. But wait a second. First of all, the congratulatory anthems for the winning teams. So, let me just get the mic closer to my travel piano arrangement. Can you hear it well enough? I presume you can. Maybe somebody confirm. If you can hear anything. Okay, audible, good enough. So, to congratulate Poland on their win against their neighbors Lithuania, all rise for the national anthem of Poland. Congratulations to Poland, and to congratulate Germany on winning against Belgium in a narrow match. All rise for the national anthem of Germany. Congratulations to Germany on this spectacular win. And now to congratulate Chile on getting the second place and the playoff spot in Group A, and on a narrow 3-2 win against Hungary. All rise for the national anthem of Chile. Congratulations to Chile for winning against Hungary, and finally, to congratulate Team Latvia, that is the ice hockey team Latvia. On winning a playoff spot in the World Championship of Ice Hockey. Here's the Latvian anthem, so all rise. congratulations to Team Latvia. That's about ice hockey, and thank you, Crab Giraffe, for the roast. Yes, actually, it did have some sort of instructions like this. Well, anyway, before we wrap up, I will probably be streaming the playoffs, so we will likely see a stream next weekend. But before that happens, who is actually in the playoffs? Let's just look at all the tournament tables real quick. So Chile once against Hungary 2-3, so they have 4 match wins in the second place in the group, so that's all very nice for them. Hungary lost, but they have let me see, so they won 2 duels, so they are 17 for 8. Yes, 17 against 8, is that true? No, they are 16 against 9. Hungary had a very good tiebreaker, that's the thing. So Hungary is +7 in the tiebreaker, so Hungary is doing well. What's next? Over here, Romania is third, but because they only have 2 victories, this is not enough. United Kingdom and Ukraine will qualify from Group C. Czechia won all 5 games, so they will qualify. Latvia is in 3rd place with a +5 tiebreaker. Oh, so that's actually going to be very, very narrow, because Colombia has better tiebreaker than Latvia. They're +6, and this even puts them in. Wait. Actually, I'm not sure, because the results from Colombia, Catalonia have not been published yet. I'm not sure who won between Brazil and Malaysia, so anything could happen here. But I think Latvia was +5 should qualify, and if anybody can advise me on how Colombia against Catalonia played, that would be very much appreciated. But basically, if Colombia lost heavily, then they might not qualify, and then Catalonia would qualify if they win like 5-0 or something. So this should have decided a lot. This happened earlier today, so the results have not been published just yet. In Group D, well, China will be in 1st place no matter what. And what else? So Germany won against Belgium. So Germany does have 3 wins, and they will be in the 3rd spot. Except that the tiebreaker will be not that great, because they're gonna have 11 over here, and no, they're gonna have 12 over here, and 13 over. Wait. So Jules won, Jewett lost 9 and 11, but they won 12 duels because they won 3 duels today, and they lost 2 duels today. So, so that's gonna be at -1 for the net duel difference, which puts Germany and Romania outside of the playoffs. And then Group E, again, not sure how these games ended. Oh, I think Portugal lost 1 against 4. Was that the case today? At least that's what I heard. So that would be 13 and 12. But that actually still puts Portugal in 3rd place. Hong Kong is going to have 4 wins. And Portugal is going to qualify with a +1 tiebreaker in duels. And then Argentina won against. Wait. This is interesting. Argentina won against Mexico with 3-2, so that's +1. Wait, Japan is at 3 wins, but with a +7 tiebreaker. Poland is obviously at 4 wins, so Poland is 1st in the group. Mexico lost 2-3, so they're gonna have 13 and 12. Yeah, Mexico has also a +1 tiebreaker, but Argentina with 3 wins, they're gonna be in 4th place, not even in the 3rd place. And even though they have a better tiebreaker, then some of the other third place teams, because they're not even in the third place in their group, it turns out that Mexico advances. So Mexico advances with a +1 tiebreaker, so with a +1 difference between won duels and lost duels. The same goes for Portugal. So very, very narrowly, Argentina gonna miss out on the playoffs because they're not even in third place in their own group despite winning Mexico. So they just needed to win like one more game or one more duel, and that would have been enough. And a bit of a painful fate for Germany and Romania as the two teams in the third place who are not gonna qualify. Okay, so Wiseman is saying that Colombia lost against 3. Oh, okay. Let me actually try refreshing to see if there's yeah, there we go. Okay, this is way better. This is better. So Poland, Japan, Mexico. Mexico is at +1. Taiwan, Tunisia, Portugal. Portugal is +1. Oh, look at this. Latvia is in third. Okay. So Colombia. No. Yeah, Colombia still. They lost 2-3, which is a problem. Wait. Oh yes. So Catalonia is in 4th place with 3 victories. Okay, so. And Colombia is in 2nd place with 3 victories. Interesting that there are 2 groups where there are 3 teams with 3 victories, so that ended up being quite convoluted. What else are we having? Well, yeah, obviously, and Hungary is gonna qualify because of their very good difference between duels won and duels lost. So they successfully avoided the heavy loss, and that's all they needed. Right, thank you for doing all the work. So playoffs, RCP, Mexico, China, Portugal, Taiwan, Latvia. The first time Latvia is playing Taiwan. Okay, that's nice. I'm excited about this. Czechia, Hungary, Poland, Tunisia, UK, Ukraine, which would be a repeat encounter between because they already met in the group stage, Chile, Japan, and France, Colombia. Alrighty, it's rather exciting. Let me see if there are any pairs already published. No, not yet, but this is how it's gonna work. Thank you so much for helping me do the math. It is rather late here in where I am in Eastern Europe. So stay tuned for the stream next week about some of the playoffs matches. Congratulations to everybody who had a good time and who had the team for which they were rooting for win this match. I think I managed to complete that sentence in a way that made sense for some of you. Thank you all so much for watching, and I'm gonna see you soon.